Hello, can anybody hear me? Is anybody there? Testing the audio. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning to anybody who is watching. I see a few people, and we're just gonna. I'm just waiting for Casey to hop on. But can somebody let me know if they hear me? Hello, hello. My comments, unfortunately, they always lag. Oh, hey, Zenith. Hey there, Der Derpolid Magnet? Der Therefore Polide Magnet. Hey Nate. Hey kind of kosher. Yeah, so again, yeah, I'm gonna wait a little bit for Casey to hop on, and there's just some interesting things we've been looking at, me and him together, but there's just some like interesting events happening that kind of, at least to me, kind of seems like they have to do with these alignments. There's a big Jupiter Uranus conjunction on April 20th. And I believe the last time that this conjunction happened in Taurus, it was in 1941. And there's just been some interesting things that I've been finding. I'll probably be sharing with Casey, but I'm gonna let Casey, when he gets here, introduce himself. If you guys are not familiar with his work, let me find it. This is his channel, and definitely go check him out. He only has a few things up right now, but he also has a blog. He has a really, really awesome blog that I refer to a lot for my studies. And I don't know if he's made a post recently, but yeah, I think the last one was in 2022. But the thing is, like, there's still so much information on here that helps a lot with. I mean, there's a lot of things that he would talk about here that they end up applying to things happening today, which is really interesting. I guess that's just how all these connections work with each other. And I I owe a lot to the channel 7711. His channel is the one I'm also really inspired by, and the one that I was it was like the catalyst from the beginning of my decoding. 7711, he talks about the falling wormwood star, and I learned about Casey's channel through him. So yeah, I think he's still on the way, but I guess something I could talk about right now is what was really interesting the day of this Uranus Jupiter conjunction. It was April 20th. Something I thought that was really interesting was that this was the day of the Ryan Garcia fight. And if you guys look at the astrology wheel, all right, so if you guys look at the astrology wheel, Jupiter rules this house. Oh, Casey's here. So Jupiter rules Sagittarius. Jupiter also rules where is it at? Pisces. So Jupiter rules Sagittarius and Pisces, and the opposing houses of both of those are ruled by Mercury. Gemini is ruled by Mercury, opposing Sagittarius. Virgo opposes Pisces, which is ruled by Mercury. So I think what I'm going to show after I let Casey talk, I'm going to show some interesting things down with this conjunction here. Where's that? Yeah, this conjunction here, and then some stuff that's been happening around that. So anyways, Casey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great. Can everybody else? Can you guys hear Casey? I guess while we're waiting for people to comment, how you doing?
I'm doing good. It's my day off and just been doing some things around the house. And yeah, doing pretty good. I was thinking about that. You talk a lot about the 10-4 with Cancer being the fourth sign and Capricorn being the 10th sign.
Yeah, let me pull that up. So, yeah, 10-4. I can continue.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was just thinking about how, like, in tropical astrology, you're a Libra, right?
Yeah.
So in heliocentric astrology, you would be your opposing sign, because whatever sign you're born in, traditionally, your heliocentric sign will be the opposite. Because
in general,
yeah. So like, I'm a Gemini, in the Western astrology, but if you took the sun to be, if you did the heliocentric astrology, I would be Sagittarius, because that's my opposing sign. So from the sun's perspective, when I was born, the Earth was in the constellation of Sagittarius.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So from Earth's perspective, the sun was going through tropical Gemini. Yeah. So I think that's just a good illustration of how, like, there's a lot of talk about how, like, the opposing sign is the detriment, but there's also a yin yang thing going on as well. That they're more, they're definitely intertwined, like being in opposition, I'd say.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. That's good to keep in mind. So I have a comment real quick. Zenith, he asked, have either of you guys seen the short wait, sorry, my I got a window that's blocking the comment. Have any of you guys seen the short live Netflix show Jupiter's Legacy? If so, I'd love to hear your take on it at some point. Oh yeah, I was thinking about that, and I've seen some of your work on that, Zenith. But how about you, Casey?
No, I actually haven't seen it. I think Zenith has mentioned it to me a few times, but I've never had a chance to watch the show.
Yeah, I think from based on some of your work, Zenith, I think it's pretty clear there's like some huge coding behind that. So I'll probably check it out today for sure. But Casey, can you just introduce yourself for a little bit? Like, I just wanted I wanted to let everyone here know, like, people who've been keeping up with my work recently, and um and I appreciate everybody so much. So my work
Yeah.
is so inspired by Casey, and it's been since before we even actually connected directly. Because I was showing them your blog, and yeah, like, so before I even met Casey, I was just really studying his blog, like it was like almost like school. And so yeah, a lot of my work is really inspired by him, and I'm really new to the whole astrology decoding aspect of everything. So again, whenever, like, I posted a recent video about OJ Simpson with some astrology connections, and hopefully I'm going to start doing that more, or just applying it to my decodes. And like I said, it has a lot to do with Casey, what I've learned from him. So I just want to let you introduce yourself, however, like, you can go as far back as you want, or yeah, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could start from the beginning. I came across the numbers initially after looking into Freemasonry, and there were a lot of videos. Just going back to like the fall of 2016, there were a lot of videos on YouTube about Saturn and the black cube, and I was kind of soaking that all in. And there's a local cemetery that actually has that I like to drive through that has this black cube tombstone, and I got to looking into the guy that was buried there, and I found out that he was a member of a few fraternal orders, like the Oddfellows, and I'm thinking Freemasonry, and that's kind of where the journey started. There, just looking into the symbolism, and I think I put out a video like early December 2016, and about a Pakistani named Junaid Jamshed, and it got thousands of views, and it kind of freaked me out. So I took it down, and I think in the comment section of that video, somebody had mentioned Zach Hubbard and his work, and I'm like, no, I never heard of that guy. So I started looking into Zach, and um, he had this site, Offer Truth, and that's where I was doing a lot of posts there, and that's kind of where I met Derek. We kind of met on that through that Offer Truth site. And so I don't know if I'm sure you're familiar with Derek's work. We've worked together, ever since, pretty much, like going back to 2016. So it's been almost 8 years now. But and I think there was a point, I guess, in 2017 where I'm like, I need to come at a new angle, come with a new angle to this gematria. And I've always had like an interest in astrology, so I just thought, well, there's got to be a way to incorporate astrology into this. So I kind of started looking into it like spring of 2017, and one of the first things that I was looking at were lunar months and how they fit into different events and coding. And from there, I progressed to Mercury and different other planets, looking at their counts, and as well as like I was casting charts for certain dates and events. Like I know I have up on my YouTube channel right now a video I'm pretty proud of that I did of 9/11 and how it seemed to be that the destruction of the towers kind of coincided with planets going through the eighth house, which is ruled by Scorpio. That's kind of the sign of death and rebirth and transformation. So yeah, and I think it was like 2019 Rambo came into the picture, and he really motivated me to push it even further, the astrology. And I've done a lot of collaboration with Rambo as well over the years, and we don't talk as much now, but yeah, so I mean, I've been around the gematria community for a while, and yeah, it's been quite the journey, I guess. So, and shout out to Zenith. I see he's in the chat. Thanks for coming by, and he's inspired me as well. I think we both early on were real big into the number 218. Of course, he's still, if you mention Zenith, like the number 218 is kind of implied when you mention Zenith of the Alpha. So I think one of the videos he did was that I always think about is how February 18th is the cusp date of Aquarius and Pisces, and I wish he would put that back up. That was a really good video. But, yeah,
Yeah,
man,
I like to see that
that's a
too.
good place to start, I guess.
That's cool. And yeah, thank you for all that. I just wanted people to know who you are, because I know, like, if I'm sure people have got been newly entering the scene, and even I feel like I'm still pretty new, which is weird. But yeah, I'm sure like people are coming in every day or every so often, and yeah, it's good to know whose work like it has really set the pavement for everything that we're seeing like today. Like I don't know if a lot of people realize that a lot of the work that they probably see right now it has a lot to do with you and people like Zenith and 7-1 and like the Lambda, like that circle, the because you guys are so low key uh as of now. So I feel like it's helpful for people to know like who we should be like giving credit to. And yeah, I mean, hopefully, like if anyone ever checks out your blog, there's still so much information, so much that they could learn from there. So I guess moving on to like some, I guess, topics and stuff. Yeah, I mean, do you want to start off with like Sirius?
Oh yeah, yeah. Serious. That's a great topic. When I'm very fond of, and yeah, like I've been thinking a lot about the number 104 in Sirius. I think we talked about this yesterday, and America was founded on 104 date numerology.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'm gonna pull that up real quick.
Yeah.
And of course, the thing about Sirius is it's kind of known for marking the annual flooding of the Nile in Egypt. And so it has this association with water, flooding, and drowning. And I've done a lot of work on Whitney Houston. Her cause of death was said to be drowning in a bathtub. And of course, drowning is 104, and Whitney is also 104. And it just so happens to be that Sirius is at 104 degrees of the ecliptic right now.
And so yeah, so there was a degree change, right? Like, so initially the here's let me just reduce it real quick. Oops. Yeah, so Whitney and drowning, that one, 104. And so at the time that the country was founded, it was initially at 101, right? The degree, and then it moved to 104. I think you're muted, Casey.
Oh yeah, Yeah, it was. It actually wasn't quite at 101 yet. You could say it was at the 101st degree of the
Okay.
ecliptic, but it wasn't. It hadn't quite reached 101 on the founding date. It's like 100. I got it. I actually have it up on my computer now. It was 100 degrees, 59 minutes, 50 seconds. So it was just 10 arc seconds away from being at 101. So
Okay. What what else has been sorry. What else is on your mind about that lately? Like with Sirius and um like you want to elaborate more on the death of Whitney Houston and yeah, do you want to talk about that more?
actually, yeah, I could. Actually, I have a post up about that on my blog.
I'll try to
Uh,
find it.
I
Well, one
know
thing,
off the top of my head, I know when she died, she was exactly 50 lunar years, and 50 is another big number with Sirius, and you know, it's a binary star system. There's Sirius A, Sirius B, and they take about 50 years to orbit each other. Yeah.
yeah, yeah there was something interesting I wanted to bring up to you about Ryan Garcia with Sirius, if you are interested in hearing it.
Yeah.
I don't think we talked about it yet. So, for anyone out there, also like for you, Casey, like, did you hear any of the, I guess the rumors or I don't know, I don't know, it's not rumors, but basically they just kept saying, oh, Ryan Garcia, he's not taking this fight seriously. Are you familiar with any of those like headlines?
Oh, you talking to me? Nah, not really. I know there was a big thing about him not making the weight. I think he was. I think he was like 3.5 pounds overweight.
Let me try to find it real quick.
That's the only thing I saw about it. And I guess he made a bet. I think it was like $1 million per pound or something.
Yeah, so there was
That
yeah, so there was
2.5 pounds, I think, maybe.
yeah, so there's some stuff here. I guess he just kept joking, and then if you watch the fight too, it's interesting because he's like, like he's dancing around, he's like showing his tongue and all that. And for one, him and the person he was fighting, they they were born a span of 101 days apart. For one, um, but then yeah, so there's some like headlines like this, like viewers along with Haney did not believe Garcia was taking this fight seriously, let alone his boxing career. I guess I didn't even hear everything he said, but I guess he was just saying a bunch of weird stuff. Um, but what's interesting, and this is something I learned from Seven. So the fight was after the founding of the United States. It was 90505 days, and um, so going back to this connection with Sirius real quick. So Sirius in where is it at? Sirius equals 955. Wait, 595. Sirius equals 595 in Greek, right? It's Greek.
Yeah, that's right. 595 in the Greek isopsophy.
So what's interesting about the 9:55 a.m. is the 595th minute of the day. You see that? So 9:55 a.m. is the 595th minute of the day, and then that fight, it happened. So since the founding of the United States, it was 90,505 days, and then all that stuff with him, like I guess like what I just said with him, like not taking the fight seriously. and all that. And I guess the last thing I'll say, and I'll give it back to you, but he was born on August 8th. So his birthday is August 8th, 1998, and so that's the Hellenical rising date, right? After Sirius is like hidden for 77 days, and then, or I guess it depends on where it's located, right? So I think I saw this from Finis Temporis, that on August 8th, the Hellenical rising, Sirius is shown right before sunrise, right over San Francisco.
Oh yeah, the Homeward Bound, was that the Homeward Bound video he did?
I think so.
Yeah, that's a great video. Venus Temperus, he's done a lot of great work. But yeah, what you're talking about is the heliacal rising of Sirius is not the same for. It depends on your latitude.
Right.
So you'll see it sooner at lower latitudes. You'll see it earlier on.
I see.
But the higher the latitude, the later it is that the Sirius rising date. And I think that what Venus is saying is like that August 8th date, Sirius is rising at that San Francisco latitude.
I see. But yeah, I think that's pretty interesting because, like, yeah, I guess like the stuff I just mentioned, and he was born on 8/8, and him and the person he fought were born a span of 101 days apart.
Yeah, that's really interesting too because like Whitney Houston, she was born August 9th, which is real close to that.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is interesting too. Is there anything else on here for this post that? What's interesting, because he brought up the 50. I don't want to get into it too much right now, but I think like Ryan Garcia equals 50 somewhere. Let me see.
Yeah.
I'll just check real quick. Or maybe it was with his last name. Nope, I guess not. But so another thing that I thought was interesting, if you guys see here, so he was also the day of the fight. Well, first of all, another thing that was really interesting about that is that it was Hitler's 135th birthday. This date. So he was born in 1889. So this was his 135th birthday. And it sounds really random to like connect the two, but like Kobe being Bryant equals 135. And right now we're in the Kobe Japan just turned 135 as well earlier this month. And then Ryan Garcia happened to be 41 weeks old exactly on the day of the fight, and Kobe, him and his daughter were 13 and 41 when they died. And this was the day of the Uranus. Where is it? It was the day of the Uranus and Jupiter conjunction, with Uranus being the sky god, and Jupiter. Kobe's death has a lot of connections to Jupiter. Do you want to elaborate on that, Casey?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, there's a lot to be said about Kobe's death, just in general. But with Jupiter, I think it's interesting. One of the big things I like to point out with Kobe is the 326 code. He died 326 days before the Pope's 84th birthday, which Uranus has about an 84. And we're not talking about Uranus necessarily, but Uranus has about an 84-year orbital period. And then he died 326 days after Shaquille O'Neal's 47th birthday. And the thing about Shaq and Pope Francis, they're both born under Jupiter's rulership. Pope Francis is Sagittarius. Shaq is a Pisces,
Oh,
and Jupiter I think is important to the Sirius coding in the time that we're in now, because if you look at every planet has what's called a degree of exaltation, and for Jupiter it's the middle degree of Cancer, so it's the 15th degree of Cancer, and that's where Sirius is currently moved there. We've talked about this. It moved there back on October 5th of 1993. So, and it'll stay at that degree for about 72 years.
and that was you said that was April 30th, right?
Well, originally, I use the Solarium software. Originally, it was April 30th, 1994, but for some reason, these degree change dates have shifted back by about 6 months. I'm not, I don't really understand that. I don't really understand the mechanics of why that shifted as much as it did.
Mm.
I don't know if it's just something we're supposed to spot that's part of the coding or what. But
Right.
but another thing about Jupiter too is in the Chinese zodiac, it's based on the year you were born in, and it's a 12-year cycle, which Jupiter takes about 12 years to orbit the sun. And I mentioned Shaq and Pope Francis. I'm pretty sure they were both born in rat years. Yeah.
Mm. Oh, that's interesting. And well, it's also interesting that you brought up the connection with the 326, and then like with Kobe and Pope Francis, because there was also another aspect of this, like, I don't know, this weird narrative with Ryan Garcia, because he apparently predicted the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse. Like, I mean, I don't know if it was ever confirmed, but that's one of the conspiracy theories you'll find on TikTok, that he predicted that that the bridge was going to collapse, and then first of all has a Francis connection with Francis Scott Key, Pope Francis, as the 326, because the bridge collapse happened on 326, and there's something else, but oh wait, I think that might be it. But yeah, I mean that seems a little bizarre, like, because that whole connection you made with Kobe and 326, which is like so like spot on, and then like he has all this stuff going on with the 326, and then he happened to be 1341 weeks on the day of the fight. Hitler's 135th birthday, Kobe being Bryant equals 135, Golden Gate Bridge equals 135. You know what I mean? It's weird.
Yeah, I've always thought of that. I've always thought of the 135 as a Venus number. I know in the Latin cipher, Venus is 1035, which is like a 135. So
And what cipher was that? Is
in
that
the
one?
Latin cipher.
Oh, I don't think I ever knew about that one. Oh, you're right. You're right. That's interesting. But yeah, and that whole thing, like that whole connection is really peculiar because, like I said, the Jupiter Uranus conjunction. So they said that the last time that this conjunction happened in Taurus was in 1941. So you have that 41 connection again with that was also the year of Pearl Harbor. So there's that Japanese yeah, I mean there's that whole, like, Japan was really big in terms of United States history during that year. Just as a, yeah, I don't have to get too far into that, but Yeah, what do you think about that? Mercury equals Mercury. Another thing, Mercury equals 41. I think that's significant because yeah, Mercury equals 41, and I think that's significant because the mad with the that huge conjunction with Jupiter. Jupiter usually opposes the houses that Mercury rules. So I feel like there's something to. I think that was noteworthy, but yeah. What do you think? What do you think, Casey?
Oh yeah, 41. That's a huge number. For Mercury, Mercury's got that 41 gematria, and of course 9/11, 2001. That was on 41 date numerology, and you know, was it one of the first major finds I found with looking at Mercury counts was JFK. He died at exactly 193 Mercury orbits, and again, this is on my blog. I talk about how on 9/11, 2001, Bruce Willis was the exact same age as JFK, 193 Mercury years, and he did the film Mercury Rising. If you cast a chart for the time that the first plane hit the Trade Center, 8:46 a.m., Mercury is on the horizon, rising. It's on the eastern horizon, so Mercury was indeed rising. And it's interesting, you think about the movie. The kid in the movie, he could. I've never watched it, but from what I remember reading about it, he could decipher codes, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen it either, but yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I believe.
Okay. Yeah. Which that's kind of what we do, right? We kind of do a lot
Yeah,
of deciphering.
yeah. Oh, and then but did
And
you
then
also
with the
mention
eight
the
with the eight
36
forty six with
birthday?
the 8:46 a.m. too, you got to keep in mind that 9/11 was in the sign of Virgo. Virgo, if you do the gematria, is 8:46 in the Latin cipher.
Oh, yeah, let's check that out.
And of course, the 8:46 that was real huge with George Floyd as well.
Yep, right there. That is so insane. Yeah, and then so George Floyd, they first reported that he was that Derek Chauvin kneeled on him for 8 minutes 46 seconds. Was that it, or is it 846 seconds?
Yeah, it was something like that, and it was either that was the length of time that he was knelt on, or uh, it was the time of sunset.
Mm.
Sunset, I can't remember. But,
There's an so there's another interesting thing with Ryan Garcia. Like I just I know it sounds so random because I mean I haven't really heard too many connections with. I mean, yeah, I haven't really seen too many videos about it, like Ryan Garcia and that just some of the weird connections with that. But I mean, Pluto, he has an interesting connection with Kobe through Pluto, or Pluto through Kobe, because like I brought up the 1341 right now, and then Kobe, his numbers were 248, and then that's the orbital period for Pluto, right? 248 days. So if you look at how old Ryan Garcia was on 9/11, he was. Wait, that's not right. Oh, that's interesting too, actually, because he was 11,030 days before. Oh yeah, on 9/11, he was 11,030 days, and then if you look at Kobe Bean Bryant again, I know it sounds like random to bring up, but um, or maybe just Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant equals 1130 in standard. So, but I think what I meant to say is that from 9/11 to the fight, that's what it was. 9/11 to the fight, it was 2 years, 222 days. And that reminds me of the Pluto return, which was on February 22nd, 2022. So I could just look that up real quick. The Pluto return.
Hey, did you talk about? Did you already mention the 1341?
With
Yeah,
so with Ryan Garcia being 1341 weeks on the day of the fight.
yeah, and then
Yeah.
the Fukushima is 13 years, 41 days after Fukushima.
Yeah, so that was another thing that I didn't get to bring that up yet actually, but yeah, so another story that was really peculiar with actually, okay. Well, first of all, before I do that, do you want to talk about June or April 21st and how you were connecting that day to Jupiter because of the glyphs?
Oh yeah, that's pretty straightforward. You know, if you just look at the numbers 4, 21, and 24, they all kind of resemble the Jupiter glyph. And I know, yeah,
Yeah, so 3 days ago was April 21st, 24. So it really does depend on like how it's written, but it could be you could just see this as a 4. Like this looks more just like a 4. And then the 21st like 2 1 2 1, or you can just see it together as 2 and 4. So on that was 3 days ago. And then on that day there was this event.
hey, Sean, did you realize there was another helicopter collision in Malaysia?
Recently?
Yeah, like the past day or two.
Oh man, no, I did not.
Yeah, so we had
I got it.
they had the Japanese collision, and then there was another one in Malaysia.
Wait, was that the one with somebody from Ghana? Or because I think I heard there's another plane crash. I forgot to bring that up to you, but there was another crash with like a politician from Ghana.
Yeah, that's been like a little earlier in the year. I think it was like maybe a banker from Ghana or something. It was in
Oh,
California. I think it was in California.
okay. But yeah, maybe we could look into the Malaysia one. But um, so this happened the day of the the day that we just brought up, like I just been referring it to as Jupiter Day because it was the all the reasons I just said. And so this has a lot of well, it's funny because you see the 24 right there. 24. Oh, right there too, 24. How funny.
Oh man,
um so
you know,
I thought this was
it
really peculiar.
makes me wonder about like this coming Sunday, because that's going to be. You know, you mentioned the Pluto. We know how important Pluto is to Kobe, and
Mhm.
then the official return was 2/22/22, and then this Sunday is going to be 222 weeks since his death. So
Oh, you're right. Yeah, because it was 221 weeks the day of was it the 21st when it was 221?
yeah, would have been the 21st. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna keep my eye on that for sure. So one thing that I thought that I was starting to see a lot of hints of, I guess, the different like astrological archetypes in this story because, um, like for one, Kobe, he died in a helicopter crash, and it's interesting because Kobe, he was born in. I mean, I'm telling you as if you don't know, but I'm just speaking about it generally, just for anyone who doesn't know out there. So Kobe, he was born in Virgo, and Virgo is ruled by Mercury. Virgo opposes Pisces, and Pisces is ruled by Jupiter. So Kobe has this opposition with Jupiter, and we're just looking at the 24. This is a sign of Jupiter. 24. Kobe, he was his last number was 24. So so Jupiter, in Sagittarius, it opposes Gemini. Gemini is ruled by Mercury, just like Kobe's his ruling planet's Mercury. So that what's interesting about this story, Casey, is that it was two Japanese planes crashing into each other. So I was thinking about that Gemini connection because it was two. You see that? Two planes, and then like I said, there's that Japanese connection. Kobe, Japan just turned 135 years old on April 1st, and I was thinking about. Oh, so I keep forgetting to say it. So okay, the transportation aspect, that's what's really important about the story and how it relates to, I guess it kind of resembles the event with Kobe, because Mercury is the god of transportation, right? Mercury is the god of transportation.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So it's so
it's like how
transportation.
Was it JFK? He was in the limousine, right? Or the convertible transportation.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a Gemini, which is ruled by Mercury.
Right.
And then he died, like I said, he died on his Mercury age. Zenith had a question. He was asking about the difference in the 2/22 return of 22, and then this year's June 14th return. And the 2/22 return, that was your tropical astrology, like your traditional astrology. That was what was considered the return date widely. But I don't think it was. I don't know that it was accurate, because I use a couple different. I use Solarium to look at where the planets are going to be, and the returns, like the Pluto return, and I also use Astro.com. And if I remember right, neither one of those programs came back with a 2/22 date. To me, the 2/22 was just kind of a numerical ritual to Pluto. I think just the number 2 by itself is important. Seems to be important to Pluto. You think about something I mentioned in the past is how Neptune has the trident, but Pluto's weapon is the bident, which means 2 teeth. So there's something to Pluto to be said about Pluto and the number 2. And but as far as the June 14th day, it's pretty straightforward. Yes, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Zenith, bident, right? Similar to Biden, like our president Joe Biden, who is a Scorpio, and Pluto rules Scorpio. So Joe Biden definitely has a big Pluto connection. But with the 6/14 date, if you go to the Wikipedia page for Pluto, it'll give you the number of days for the Pluto's orbit, which I don't have that off the top of my head. But if you go from America's founding date forward that number of days, it gets you to Trump's birthday. I think he'll turn what is it, 78? It'd be 78 this year.
Yeah. He's gonna be 78.
But I also dispute that date as well, the June 14th date. It's something 7 Warren and I talk about a lot. If you use the Stellarium software, what you get for the heliocentric return is either, depending on time zone, it's either Halloween or November 1st, and it's really more so November 1st. That 111. So hopefully that explains it. I think the age of 78 age might be significant too. Just, Kobe Bryant was born in 78. That kind of gets you back a 326 because 78 is 3 times 26. So, but might have got off track there.
No, that's good, because I was wondering the same things, like, and that's some things that I'm still like trying to get used to, like how some information kind of, like, for instance, the thing with Sirius, how like the date of the degree change, like that changes over time. That's what's kind of interesting to me, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure it does make sense. Oh, hey, I just want to say what's up to Seven. What's up, man? Hope you're doing good. So some people. Oh yeah. So go ahead.
I was just say, like, with the degree change, I did a huge decode, like I said, with Whitney Houston talking about the degree change. Just say, like, let me try to pull it up real quick and see if I can remember.
It was on your blog?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up on my end, and you can too if you want.
What was it? The one with Whitney Houston, Moon, and Sirius? Was it that one?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, I'm there right now. Thank you, everybody who's here watching. I just want to say I appreciate you guys.
Okay, so if you go from Winnie's birthday to the original degree change, April that I had April 30th of 1994, is exactly 380 lunar months. So, but now it's moved back, which to me it's interesting. It's moved back, but it's moved back by an exact number of lunar months. It's moved back 7 lunar months, so that would bring it to 373. She would have been 373 lunar months for the degree change. And is that a prime? I don't know. It's maybe not important.
Right, that sounds familiar though. I'm pretty sure it's something. It's 74th prime.
Okay, I was thinking 74th prime. Yeah. So.
Yeah, there's something I wanted to bring up to you as well about. So, like Casey said here, that 595 is a Sirius code, and in Greek, Sirius equals 595. So the way that this kind of connects to like the Bible, the middle chapter of the Bible, this is what I learned from 7-1 and you from you, Casey. So the 595th chapter of the Bible is Psalms 117. And so that it consists of 2 verses, 117:1 and 117:2. So I kind of consider, like, I look at 117:1 a lot because of that's like the chapter that like it starts that middle chapter. But it was really interesting, like this period that we're looking at, because it might have been the 20th, or what day was it? Oh, okay. So this is another thing. So on the 6th, the 16th and the 17th, it was exactly 117, or 1,171 weeks after 1171. But this was interesting because, like, you know how, like, Sirius is um like known for the flooding of the Nile. And on this time period right here, the 16th and the 17th, that was this. It was the Dubai floods.
Oh yeah, that's right. You know, that's interesting too because was it Remo did a big decode about that April 16th date and Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
And
yeah.
that and we were still. Oh yeah, because he was connecting it to Mars, right? And we were still in Aries during that time. So
Yeah.
we just moved to Taurus on the. I think we just moved to Taurus on the 20th, on the right. That was the day of the Ryan Garcia fight. But yeah, so I thought that was interesting that the day of these floods, because I think it, like, because of the time zone, it was like the 16th and the 17th when, or that was like the span from when all the flooding was happening. But yeah, I just thought that was really interesting how, like, that was exactly 1,171 weeks after 1171, and how that has that connection with, like, the 595th chapter of the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up about the 595. You know, that middle chapter, it has gematria value of 5097. And I always remember that Kobe Bryant, he died 5097 days after Moses Malone. And I was did a day to date last night, and I realized that the days old that I am today is the 1597th prime number. And, you know, Sirius is kind of what we had in mind to come in talking about. And that 1597, that's a special number. It's a Fibonacci. I think it's the 17th Fibonacci. And it's also a prime. It's the 251st prime number. And I know basketball is 251. And Kobe died 2,510 days after Pope Francis became Pope. So that number is there with Kobe's death.
Yeah. And wait, sorry if you mentioned, but did you also already say how that was like the day that LeBron passed him and the day before his death, 25-1? Because he
No,
died.
no, I didn't. No, I didn't think about that connection.
Yeah. So 25-1, Kobe died 26-1, 26th of January. So the day before, that's when LeBron James passed him up in points, and that's the 54th prime.
Yeah.
So interesting.
Right.
What was the date, his death to who else's death was 1597? You remember that day?
Oh, yeah, I don't remember the day. Is Moses Malone?
Okay.
But you know what I wanted to point out too is that, you know, how it's the middle chapter, the 595, and I think it's important to remember that Sirius splits the twins of Gemini. If you were to take Sirius and project it up to the ecliptic, it would be right in between the twins of Gemini.
Oh,
So,
right.
and of course, you know, I've always talking about the 101 code, where the ones are the twins and the O is Sirius in the middle.
Right. Yeah. So
And also, like, think too also about how on the Royal Masonic Arch, you have the sign of Cancer that sits at the top, and then right now Sirius is at that middle degree of Cancer.
Oh,
You know?
right.
So I just think, you know, it just shows that we're in a pretty important time right now.
Yeah. Yeah, this was the this was Brian Garcia, and then the person he fought, his birthday. So yeah, you get that 101 again. And I guess reiterating the importance with the 104, because you know how I was saying that they were telling him that he wasn't taking the fight seriously.
Oh
And
yeah, yeah.
so
Serious.
the next Joker movie, I believe, comes out October 4th.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of things interesting. And then the whole thing with like with it being the 135th year of Kobe Japan, I think, what was it? One of the, so it was after Kobe's 666 game. Oh, yesterday. So yesterday was 6,666 days after Kobe's 666 game. Oh, there's another interesting thing. Okay, about this like whole thing with Ryan Garcia and Kobe. So the fight was a span of 952 weeks, right? And Seven, if you're still here, I learned from Seven the significance of that number because 811 plus, well, 811 is the 141st prime, 141 plus 811 is 952. But besides that, Ryan Garcia equals 952. So the fight happened to be 952 weeks after Kobe's 81-point game, 666 game, and Ryan Garcia equals 952. And he happened to be 1341. He happened to be 1341 weeks old. Like, I don't know. Isn't that just weird? That's just so weird to me. And then I want to read 7-1's comment. 7-1, he said that 1597 is the sum of Brown and Millennium Lunation on January 18th, 2026. And Zenith, I like how you both acknowledge the planetary magic squares. Have we ever linked Saturn, Jupiter, Mars squares with the 345 triangle and the Pythagorean theorem? That I have not. I want to look more into that. And then Zenith he also said the Gemini split between I think you're talking about the split with Sirius. Reference in the Bible story of Solomon offering a split to split a baby into two. Oh, that's a good point. Casey, have you ever thought about that?
No, honestly, I hadn't really thought about the connection with splitting the baby and Gemini. That's a good observation.
Yeah. How about the other thing that Zenith asked? Have you ever looked into like like compared the squares with the Pythagorean theorem?
No, but that I see what he's saying. That's pretty interesting. How those squares with a squared equals b squared plus c squared. So the Saturn and Jupiter, you add up their squares, they'll be equivalent to Mars, right? So yeah, 9 and 16 is 25. So
yeah, I'm gonna look into that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a interesting illustration that Zenith pointed out. It seemed like maybe something that he would have done a video on if he hasn't already. So
yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
So another question I have for you, Casey. Have you thought about the significance with like Sirius, I guess what we've been talking about, and the Trump trial. Oh, Cody's here. Yeah, the Trump trial. So the Trump trial started on the 15th, I think. I'm pretty sure. And yeah, did you like ever have you thought about any connections with that?
Serious in the Trump trial?
Yeah, because I think they were still bringing up things about Stormy Daniels.
Yeah.
I think so. I was thinking about that storm theme with just like the flooding.
Yeah.
And it was I think the courthouse, is that what it is? The courthouse? Can someone correct me if I'm wrong? The courthouse is the same courthouse where Joker 2 was filmed. So I think that's what I heard, and I think that's why I was thinking about those two things, like the Stormy Daniels and then the courthouse, and then all the stuff with like Trump and the number 88, and like how we're talking about with Ryan Garcia, like the significance with August 8th and the Hellenical Rising. So there's just something else I was thinking about. I didn't know if you maybe were thinking about them too.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really looked in too much depth into this Trump trial, so you know, not really prepared to speak about that.
No worries.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another
But
thing that
yeah,
was interesting.
Trump is Trump's. I don't know. You could say Trump's a Gemini, and yeah, I'm not sure where to take that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess that
You know what is interesting though, like with the eclipse, you know, it's the kind of known for having the double X right over America. What
yeah.
is it? Uvalde and Carbondale, and then you know, of course, the Judgment Tarot card it's the 20th card, so it's a XX. So it could be something to that Judgment card, and I guess you could say Trump's being judged right now. And he has a huge judge connection just for the fact of the number of judges he approved during his term. I think it was a record.
Right.
It was a record amount. Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Definitely something to think about. I think you know, Rambo's done a lot of work on the Judgment Tarot card, and I think that pretty sure that card has a Pluto association. And of course, Zenith pointed out how the heliocentric Pluto return is going to be on Trump's birthday. Yeah.
I'm gonna send out. I'm gonna put the link in there real quick. So another thing I want to bring up. So this was the day of the flood I put Dubai. So it's interesting because Neptune was in Pisces, and so that would make it like that's the house where it's the strongest, right? Because Neptune rules Pisces, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I thought that was interesting to point out.
Yeah. What was that again? I was reading the comments.
So the flood.
Yeah.
This was I put the date of the flood in Dubai, and yeah, so during that time in Dubai, Neptune was in Pisces. So
okay, yeah, you got to consider too, like Neptune has like 165-year orbit, so it's going to be in any one sign for 14 years or something, or is it something like that?
I see.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I mean, you could say it's maybe significant, but what was that?
So it's
Sorry.
not super. So that it kind of takes away the significance of that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like, yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah. But I mean, there could have been. I hadn't looked at the chart or anything, but it could have been aspecting, the like maybe you threw up Dubai's their founding date. Like you threw that chart up and looked at the transits, maybe you
Yeah.
could come up with something that would indicate a flooding event. But
Yeah, I was trying to compare them. I didn't.
yeah,
Or at least I didn't know how to interpret it. I didn't see anything super.
yeah.
But yeah, Cody, if you would like to come through, please put the link. And then also if anyone else is interested, that'd be cool too. But yeah, I think Cody just got off of he just finished eating dinner, I believe. On the other side of the world. Yeah, there's just been so many interesting things going on. Cody, what's going on?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, cool. I hope my Wi-Fi. I just hope my Wi-Fi holds on. This hotel I've been at has just been a bit of a pain in the butt, but yeah, glad to see you both hanging out here. I don't know what you guys have been talking about, but I'm sure you guys are on fire here with some astrology stuff. So whenever you guys are ready, I'll jump in. I don't know if I have anything to share on topic, but we'll just go with the flow.
Yeah, I guess just to catch up a little bit, we were talking about like just some interesting stuff this week. Like, well, Casey he was making me think about the significance of the 21st, April 21st, because like each of the segments of that date, the 4, the 21, and the 24, they all represent Jupiter, like they resemble the sign of Jupiter. If you know, I'll just bring it up real quick so you can see what I'm talking about. But so when you look at it, it really just depends on how you write it. But like the 4th, so this just looks like a 4 pretty much, and then the 21st is like the 2 and the 1 put together like that, and then the 24 for the year 2024 is 2 and 4, and it was an interesting time because I guess we could I'll just go over it like really briefly, but there was a Japanese helicopter crash that day, and like I just thought it was peculiar because like I know that Jupiter has had a lot to do with like it had a lot to do with Kobe's death, which was a Japanese that was a helicopter crash, and Kobe he was his ruling sign is Mercury, which is the god of transportation. So I thought it was really interesting because he was like, oh yeah, look out for that date. I always knew the connections with Kobe and Jupiter, and then that ended up happening. I was like, whoa, that's kind of a trip. And then we're also talking about Sirius, the dog star Sirius, and flooding because there was the flooding in Dubai, if you heard of that.
Yeah,
and yeah, those are some of the stuff we're talking about. But
Hey, Sean, I just thought of something I wanted to bring up for a minute.
Okay,
it was good. So 7/1, he mentioned the date January 18th, 2026. I was kind of scratching my head like, well, I wonder why he brought that up. I know he mentioned in the chat that if you take the brown lunation and the millennium lunation adds up to 1597, but without that, adding in the millennium lunation, that date's pretty significant by itself because that's the start date of brown lunation 1275. And I think we talked about that briefly the last time we chatted. And because Jesus Christ has that 1275 gematria in the Latin cipher.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I mentioned earlier on how 1275. I mentioned that to you yesterday. 1275 is the 50th triangular number,
right?
And of course, so you can maybe make a connection with the 1275 and Sirius because of that number property. But I also wanted to share kind of a it's something I've told several fellow decoders about over the past couple of years. Is I had this kind of a spiritual experience back in 2022. It was actually May 6th of 2022. I'd been doing these qigong practices daily, and that what the guy who taught these practices, he did specify that it was to activate your heart center. And yes, it was just a wild day, man. That May 6th, 2022. I don't know I don't know where to start, but I know I was having a conversation actually with Derek. We were actually talking about Zach, and something just kind of came over me, and I don't know how to explain it other than like my heart chakra opened that day, and like I said, kind of like stemmed from a conversation I was having with Derek about Zach, and I just kind of felt like I don't know. It kind of seems maybe like if you know me and Zach and our history, maybe it seems kind of uh, weird that a conversation about him would uh, spark that kind of thing happening, your heart chakra opening. And maybe down the road I can express it better, but it's just interesting. I had this huge experience, and it lasted 3 days. It started on Friday, and it ended on Sunday, which happened to be Mother's Day that year. And of course, that kind of corresponds to the crucifixion of Jesus. The crucifixion was on a Friday, and he rose on a Sunday, if I remember right. And so I got to looking into like, well, this major thing happened to me. My heart chakra opened, and how old was I on this day? And when I looked, I realized that I was 12,750 days old that day. The 1275, and how I mentioned Jesus Christ has got the 1275 gematria. So yeah, I just wanted to share that real quick. I thought that's something that's been on my mind a lot over the past couple of years. So
That's awesome. Yeah, that's beautiful. To be honest, that's really cool.
but
Yeah, thanks for sharing that.
yeah, man, just want to throw that out there.
Cool. Yeah. So, Kate, Cody, did you have anything on your mind?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to well, first of all, what's up, Casey? How you doing, bro? And yeah, that's a cool experience right there, being 1275 with the Jesus Christ thing. I mean, that's pretty insane.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely more to
Especially,
that story, but that kind of sums it up.
I mean, especially since the Jesus is always considered the heart, and based off of a lot of because I haven't been able to do any videos lately because of Wi-Fi issues, but again, I've been talking a lot about consciousness and a lot about knowing and Jesus and how that ties in with the pentagrammaton and the tetragrammaton, um, and just how it goes back to the Rosicrucians. I've been doing a lot of research, and Jesus is the one that's pinned to the cross, right? So you have the four points of the tetragrammaton, which is the god of the Yod He Vahe, and then you have the centerpiece, which is Jesus, who's nailed to the center, and he's the heart of the cross, or the center of the cross, right? And that makes the pentagrammaton, or he's the fifth point, or the center point on the cross. And I had that hunch because Sean, you actually mentioned something about Jesus being the center point in our last convo. So I had that hunch that was kind of what they're getting at. And then I started doing some research today, and lo and behold, if you go down the Rosicrucian Wikipedia page, there is a image that the Rosicrucians supposedly use, where Jesus is the pentagrammaton in the center of the tetragrammaton. So Jesus represents exactly what I had a hunch that's what they were getting at.
Wow.
And see, I don't have it pulled up right now, but if you go in the Wikipedia page of Rosicrucians,
Oh, actually,
the pentagrammaton is there's an image on the right side, and again, I believe this represents the like the completion or the understanding, the eventual understanding that that God is one, or basically the understanding that Jesus is God. Well, because Jesus said, "I and my Father are one." So his Father is the cross, because in the Bible, God says, "I am that I am," right? And that's the Tetragrammaton, or that's what they supposedly link it to. Of course, you'll find some people that argue that, but the "I am that I am" is just the realization, as I told you in the last live stream. The I am that I am is just the realization that we all have, that we are conscious and aware. And that's just the base layer of all reality. You have to have that consciousness before you can have any other extra knowledge on top of that. So Jesus is once you come to that knowledge, Jesus is that kind of center point. So yeah, and like I said, if I'm trying to think, and this kind of ties in with what's going on right now with all my other research with WrestleMania and Cody Rhodes, how Cody Rhodes is tied to the Russians and the Freemasons, and Cody Rhodes represents also has ties to the Rosicrucians. But yeah, there's a lot I've been looking into, but I just keep going back to the Tetragrammaton and thank you, Casey, for actually bringing that up too. In one of our chats, he brought that up also, the Pentagrammaton, and I knew that I was going to lead into somehow my research into the Tetragrammaton was going to lead into the Pentagrammaton. So, and it all came together when I looked at the Rosicrucian page. And I just wanted to mention also one thing about the date that Casey mentioned, the 421 and the 420 and the 421. Both those dates had a lot of things happen on those days that not a lot of people are even noticing. For me personally, because I follow wrestling so heavily, I noticed some amazing rituals going down on this time frame in wrestling. Just in wrestling alone, there's been some crazy syncs going on in these last like 4 days, and yeah, basically on 420, okay, Trump had a rally in North Carolina. And the funny thing is, I didn't even know this until after I made my last video about Jeff Hardy, who's from North Carolina, coming in saying the lights are going out, right? I made a video about that. And I didn't even know that Trump was supposed to have a rally that day. However, it was in North Carolina, Wilmington, North Carolina. And what's interesting about this place is I mentioned in the video before I even found this out that Wilmington, North Carolina is the exact place that they filmed the show Revolution. So lo and behold, I'm talking.
Sorry, I'm trying to share my screen right now. I'm just trying to share my screen.
Oh, okay.
So I'm pulling up the story.
But lo and behold, I was talking about Wilmington, North Carolina, and Trump was having a rally there that same day. I didn't even know. And of course, it was because of stormy weather. And then 2 days later, starts his trial with Stormy Daniels hush money, and he said he's going to come back there eventually and start the rally, and it's going to be even bigger and better, is what he was quoted to have said. And what's really crazy about this city, Wilmington, North Carolina, is the movie. Not only was the show Revolution filmed there about the blackout, also the movie The Crow was filmed there. And of course, Brandon Lee was tragically killed on the set of that in Wilmington, North Carolina. And of course, there's been a lot of talk about Trump getting, a bullet wound, right? And of course, Trump is tied to Wilmington, North Carolina now with that storm thing. And then I found out, I connected the Brandon Crow, or I can't even remember the numbers now, but there's some crazy syncs between his death date. I can't even remember when that happened. Does anyone know off the top of what date that the Brandon Lee thing happened?
Wasn't it 1993 or something like that?
It was 93, but I just can't remember the date. It was
331.
Oh yeah, it was 331. And that's interesting too, because last year around that time, Trump was beginning his hush money trial with That was the initial start off of that on that date. And
wow.
so from 3/31/1993, let me get the date measurement. Let me see if I can remember the number here. To the start of his, or to his Wilmington, again, they happened in the same place, the Brandon Lee thing and the Trump rally. I'm trying to remember what it was that I had found.
Oh well, it was possibly this, because it was
Yeah,
the
yeah, that was it. Yep.
yeah.
It was the date.
Mm-hmm.
It was the date 3/31, which was the day that he was. It was 31 years and 3 weeks exactly, right? And that was there was also another interesting connection too, because if you look at the number of days, it's 11,343. So yeah, just pull up the days. If
Was it
you
the
to the
so was the
20th,
storm on the 20th? Oh, the
the
20th. Okay.
the rally was on the 20th, but 343 is 7 cubed, 777 jackpot. Okay, so you have
Right.
11, and you have 11, and if you reduce the 343 on the other side, you have the 777. So you have like 11,777 there. And now, if you go to the release of the movie Crow and you measure, you're going to get quite an interesting other connection. I believe that movie came out later, or the next year in 1994 on. Yeah, I don't remember. Hold on, let me look it up here. I don't know. I'm not remembering my dates today.
Is it May 11th?
May 11th.
1994. May 11th, 1994.
Yeah,
That's what it started right there.
I think that was it. Hold on. Okay, yeah. So maybe I missed it because yeah, I think I missed it. May 11th doesn't line up like I thought it did, because I thought it had 343 days after the release of the movie to the same event. You know, I thought it was 29 years, 343 days, but it says 345. So I don't know where I got. Maybe I measured wrong, because if you go to the 19th or the 18th, it would be 343 days. So it almost lines up, but
Oh, I see what you're saying.
yeah, you see what I'm saying? How
Mhm.
the original measurement from Brandon Lee's death to Trump's rally was 11,343, and it's almost 343 days after the release of the movie too.
Hey, Cody, you know what's interesting is as soon as you said Wilmington, North Carolina, I immediately thought about Michael Jordan. That's where he grew up and went to high school. And I noticed if you go from Michael Jordan's birthday to Brandon Lee's death day, it's exactly 11,000 days.
Oh wow.
And you know, Michael Jordan, he's super important to Sirius. He came out to the Sirius song was when they announced the starting lineup. I know Rambo's talked about that. It's like the Alan Parsons group or Alan Parsons project. And you know, I mentioned the 101 earlier in the stream and how that's a Sirius code. And Michael Jordan, he was born on 101 date numerology, and his father passed away on the big Sirius date, the July 23rd. That's the Sirius rising date, and it's also Neptunalia. So I just want to throw that out there about Michael Jordan being connected to Wilmington.
Yeah, that's a great point. Actually, I totally forgot. I didn't know he was from. I knew he was from North Carolina. I did not know he was from Wilmington. I didn't. I might have known that, but I didn't remember that. So that's even a good point also.
It's interesting because you can see like both of those numbers that you were looking at, because there's the 11 here, and then with the years and days, well, with the span, it's 343.
Oh wow, it is, isn't it?
So
Yeah,
that's like kind of like double coded. Well,
yeah, because that 777 makes me think of Trump too, because there's been a lot of interesting stuff with him in the sevens. He's had some very interesting dates in his life that have landed. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but I just know that there's been people that pointed out that he's had lots of
It cut out a little bit, Cody.
He was like 70 years old and something.
You cut out
Huh?
a little bit if you wanted to repeat the last thing you said, because you kind of cut out for like a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just with Trump in the sevens, you know, he's had a lot of dates in his life that have been important that have lined up with him being some sort of 777 code. So, and also with what Casey mentioned about Michael Jordan equals 113, like Kobe Bryant also. And of course, we know the 113 is the number of in the Talmud for dishonesty, right? I've done a whole video on that. And of
I
course,
think
the Trump.
I think this is when Brendan Lee was buried. I want to say that he was buried on the 3rd, so that would bring in that 113 that you just mentioned, which is interesting. But from Michael Jordan's birth to Brendan Lee's death, 113.
Mm.
But sorry to cut
Yeah,
you off, but I just wanted to.
no, it's all good. That's another good connection because the 113 is important here too. Because like I said, well, first of all, his trial, his first ever criminal trial for a president, started on 113 day of the year, right? And of course, 113 is the number of deception. It's Kobe Bryant number. It's a Michael Jordan number. I mean, that was, if you reverse the date, it's the day that the pandemic was declared, 3/11. 113, 3/11. I did a whole video about that with, you know, I'm sure most of you guys already know that. I know you two already know that, but Passover too was the first day of Passover.
Mm.
And again, I thought it was just crazy because, you know, that same day, Matt Hardy, who's from North Carolina as well, came back and had the lights out theme going at that event, that wrestling event. And then a few days after that, the first black champion ever won a championship in AEW wrestling. And that was hugely connected to Obama and Trump. Yeah, I won't go into all that here, but just some crazy stuff's been happening kind of behind the scenes the last few days.
Yeah. Because I was also I mean, did you look into the Ryan Garcia fight at all?
I actually didn't look much into that because I just haven't had time to, but I knew it was going. I know he won, right? And he was wearing the king on his boxer short or whatever. And yeah, but I didn't look enough into it to be able to.
Yeah, one thing that I was pointing out, which sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
Well,
sorry, it's just
I wanted to point out.
Bit.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay,
I don't know how to get it. But what's interesting about Ryan Garcia in general is that he you know, he made all those posts a while back about he would get killed on April 12th, and how he was going against the elites, you know, supposedly he was, and he kind of lines up with the 173 connection I've been pointing out with the judgment. So if you type in the word Judgment Day, right, we're talking about trials, right? And the word's Judgment Day equals 173. If you don't add the E, though, if you spell it without the E, which is the most common way you see it. If you type that in, you get 173. And the same cipher is Ryan Garcia. That's the 40th prime number. And what's interesting about this court case with Trump is it's actually coinciding perfectly with the Ripple Labs XRP lawsuit. So the Ripple Labs lawsuit happened right after the Great Conjunction on 12/22/2020. And if you go the Ripple Labs lawsuit, and don't forget the guy who made the lawsuit against Ripple Labs, he was Trump's handpicked SEC head. So he was Trump's guy. And if you go from the 12/22/2020 to the date that the trial started on April 22nd, you're going to get a very interesting amount of months. It's exactly 40 months, which is the gematria of Ripple.
Oh.
So
I-
Ripple got sued exactly 40 months by Trump's SEC head, and then exactly 40 months later, he gets put on trial. And the 40 is also the guy who put the case against Ripple. He's born on July 11th, and July 11th just happens to be the 173 days left in the year, which again is the 40th prime number.
Wow.
And so there's and don't forget, Trump is on trial for hush money, something to do with money. So to me, this is pointing to a huge connection with Ripple and Trump. Again, Trump was declared Operation Warp Speed on the same day that Ripple Labs released. Claydex was released, and this is connected to Mercury. So Mercury equals 40 in the same cipher as Ripple. And of course, Trump is ruled by Mercury. He's a Gemini. And actually, if you look at the gematria for Mercury and Ripple, it's got the 40 and the 86 in the same ciphers too. So Trump, again, had that. He's the one responsible. His guy was responsible for the SEC lawsuit. And now, guess what's happening in the Ripple lawsuit? They're in their final judgment phase.
Oh, wow.
So as soon as Trump hits his first judgment, his first trial, Ripple is releasing their statement in their last document in the final judgment. So, and I don't know if you guys saw, but iPad Goat Heliofont released their new he released a video, a really strange video. He just zooming into these three guys from this show called like Vanderpump or something like Vanderpump Rules or something. It's some sort of weird show. And I found a huge connection to XRP in that as well. And 589. Remember how we were talking about the 589?
Mm-hmm.
And Donald Trump equals 589, and XRP has the 589 community. Well, yeah, it's definitely connected. I don't know how this is going to play out, but there is an absolutely huge connection. And you know what's really interesting about exactly 40 months from XRP's lawsuit to Trump's trial? 40 months is actually still 173 weeks.
Right.
If you notice, there's three different ways the 40 ties into this. You have the 173 weeks, the last day of the 173 week, which is the 4th time. And if you look at it in the terms of the years and weeks and days, you're also going to see another 173. Years, weeks, and days gets you 3 years, 17 weeks, and 3 days. So another 173, which is again 40.
Wow.
So yeah, I guess I'll let you guys chime in if you guys have anything else to add with that. But that's all that I've been looking into right now. A lot with the 40. Of course, we know that Jesus spent 40 days and 40 nights in the wilderness, which is kind of like a judgment.
Mm-hmm.
The Israelites are connected to that as well. This 40 number is huge. So
Yeah, me and Casey, we've actually been talking about 40, which is so perfect. Casey, you could elaborate on that if you want.
I feel like, yeah, we talked about 40 not long ago because Super Bowl 59 is going to be on the 40th day of the year. I know 40 is also the number associated with Enki, and you know, the flood was 40 days, 40 nights. Big number in the Bible. They wandered in the wilderness for 40 years. Was it Moses and the Israelites? Did you mention? I know you mentioned the 113. Did you happen to mention an 1130 earlier?
Oh, yeah, I did. I think Ryan Garcia was 1130 days old after 9 or on the day of 9/11, and then Kobe Bryant equals 1130.
Really, because drowning is 1130 in the Latin cipher.
Yeah, I saw your message pop up, and I was like,
yeah,
that's insane.
Drowning. That's, you know, again with the 113 go.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. Cody was talking about the 113.
Yeah.
Something I thought was interesting too, because because I was thinking about 40 in terms of Sirius with the 104 degree, like 10 plus 4 or 10 times 4 is 40.
Yeah.
And then also how you were talking about 105, right?
Yeah, 105. Because you could say that Sirius is at the 105th degree. Technically, we're going into the 105th NFL season, and 105 is a pretty important number to Mercury, I think, because Gemini, which is ruled by Mercury, Gemini's got 105 gematria reverse, and then Mercury is known as the messenger of the gods. Messenger is 105 as well. And I think 105 too, it's easy to forget, is a triangular number.
14th.
Yeah, there you go. 14th triangular number. Then you get back to the 104 that way.
And I was also gonna mention how that relates to this date here because of it's the 357th day of the year, and we look at 105.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Did you guys mention that Nile
35.
equals 40?
Nile?
Oh, no, I didn't.
No.
Let me type that in. But yeah, this was I was gonna point out for the 357 because that's the prime factorization of 105. So that's another really interesting connection with this date, and then how that connects to Trump's trial with 40 months. And then you said Nile.
Yeah, it's interesting too because Nile River is 112 and drowning is 112 reverse ordinal for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and don't go forget Christ is also 40 in that same cipher. Christ.
Okay.
And
Hey, something real quick I neglected earlier. You know, with Sirius and the 595, we talked about this yesterday. Is how the prime factorization of 595. Pull that up real quick. It's 5 times 7 times 17. That's the 3rd, 4th, and 7th primes, and 347 is the 69th prime number, and it goes back again to the Royal Masonic Arch. How Cancer is at the top, and the symbol for Cancer looks like a 69. And again, Sirius is at that middle degree of Cancer currently, and that's the exaltation degree for Jupiter. So I just wanted to reemphasize that connection there.
Yeah, that is amazing. that is crazy.
This 595 or the 95, anytime I see the 595, I mean, of course, Sirius equals 95 too, just in the base cipher. And
Right.
And so
and then just real quick, they also that was part of the news recently too with the $95 billion aid to Ukraine and Israel.
You know, talk about Whitney Houston. Houston's on the 95th West Meridian. So.
Oh wow. All right, sorry. All right, Cody. Continue with that thought. Cody, you there?
Yeah.
Cody. I guess another thing I'll say. Well, hopefully, Cody comes back on. But
I mentioned. I'll go ahead since I mentioned Houston. Being 95 degrees west, and I like to talk about the San Jacinto Monument. It has it's the tallest Masonic obelisk in the world, and on the top is a star, and it's 34 feet tall. And again, that's a property of that 595. 595 is the 34th triangular number. And interesting thing about that monument is the reflecting pool. It's something 7-1 showed me. If you draw a line like through the reflecting pool and extend it out, and I think it's a distance of 811 miles. Of course, that's a big number for 7-1. It brings you to the Trinity test site in New Mexico. So
yeah, I think I've seen that too. It's crazy, like directly there, right?
Yeah, it's right on.
Hey again, Cody.
Hey, man, I dropped out, so I didn't hear anything you guys were saying in the last few minutes. So
Oh, yeah, you can repeat that, Casey.
Oh yeah, I guess no, initially I'd mentioned the like Houston with the 112 and how now Rivers 112 uh and Drowning's 112 and Houston's 95 degrees west and let's see.
oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, Houston 95 degrees. You know, of course I like to talk about Whitney Houston and like the monument. There's a monument near Houston called the San Jacinto Monument. On top of that monument, there's a star, and it's 34 feet tall. Well, you know how Sirius is 595 in the Greek isopsephy. 595 is the 34th triangular number. And an important thing about that monument that Seven pointed out, I mentioned again, is if you extend through the reflecting pool that's in front of that monument and you go 811 miles, it gets you to the Trinity test site in New Mexico, the first nuclear where the first nuclear bomb was detonated. So
Yeah, that's
Well, I mean this is interesting.
yeah. There's a really interesting
forgot.
connection with sorry, Cody. So I didn't know if you're cutting out or not. Are you there, Cody?
Yeah, I'm here, but I don't know if I'm coming through or not.
Okay. Well, just continue with what were you just saying right now?
Well, I don't know if you guys saw my post. I know you saw it, Sean, because I sent it to you.
Mhm.
It was in March. I think it was March 3rd, or it was right around the same time that Caitlin Clark broke the record for passing the guy. Well, now I can't remember the guy's name, but he anyway, Donald Trump gave a speech at one of his rallies saying, if you guys haven't seen my post on that, go back to my community section and look up the Donald Trump Kamala Harris post. Donald Trump said,
Do you want me to,
wouldn't that
go
be
to it right now?
yeah, if you can, that would be. I mean, yeah, I have the gematria there, but it's going to line up perfectly with what Casey was just saying. Community section, yeah,
Oh,
right there. Now you see the gematria. Trump said, was basically saying, if they steal the election, Kamala Harris would be president. He was basically telling us, just like Gerald Ford told us back in 1989. And look at the numbers of first woman president and President Donald Trump. They have the 95 and the 112. Casey was just talking about Houston and the 95 and the 112. And the phrase, wouldn't that be something, also, which you can't see there. But the phrase, wouldn't that be something,
oops, dang it.
also just
Sorry,
just
I think I
happens
might
to be.
accidentally click out of it.
Oh, it's okay. But Trump said, repeated twice in that speech, he said about Kamala Harris becoming president, he said, wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something? And of course, it equals 95 and 112 in the same ciphers. And that's the Sirius 95 number and the 112. And guess Houston, right? Houston is 112, right? And guess what county Houston is in?
Which one?
Harris County.
Harris.
Wow.
Can you believe that? Like, that goes perfectly with what Casey was just saying, because it's in Harris County. Trump is saying this. He's got the 112, just like first one president. And then he just had to repeat the phrase, wouldn't that be something? And yeah, I just thought that was insane. I wanted to make a whole video on that, just a quick video to like really put that out there for people to see. Because Gerald Ford already told us 2 days before Kamala Harris's birthday in 1989 how we would get the first woman president. And then Donald Trump pretty practically said the same thing, you know. And yeah, and then the 95, you know, going back to what I was saying, I just want to mention that the 95 is the I am that I am. Also, if you type in the phrase I am that I am, it equals 95 in the same cipher as Sirius. And I believe that's important because Sirius is the brightest star, right? And you notice that the phrase I am that I am equals 95, 41, like pentagram and like Sirius. but it also has that 175. And if you type in the word consciousness in the same cipher, you're going to get that 175 also.
It's not.
Yeah,
Is that right?
it's a bit of a hard word to spell. You might be missing an S or something there, or
I see 175, but
oh, okay, yeah, there you go. I was wrong. It was not in the same cipher, but it's still got that 175. But yeah, 175. And but the I am that I am. What's interesting going on right now in wrestling is there's a character named Jey Uso, and the next WWE event is in France, and my next video is going to be all about this. But this huge France event that's going to go on WWE on May 4th is going to be very interesting because I found a huge connection with Jurassic Liars connection with June 11th, man. Just wait till you guys see what I found, man. This whatever they're setting up with Cody Rhodes and his challenger on May 4th is connected to June 11th so much I cannot even like this is so mind-blowing. I just found this today. And man, Jurassic Liars, he must be dead on to something because like I'm not even ever looking for his connections, but I was just like plugging in some dates today to look into Cody Rhodes and his challenger on May 4th. And this stuff just came perfectly with what Jurassic talks about. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is this June 11th date looks very interesting this year. If not this year, then even next year. But I know he's been saying that for a lot of years, but I mean, he's definitely onto something with that June 11th. But yeah, I know I got on a tangent there, but
no, I can't wait to see that. Because I know Casey has brought up this 611 to me a lot with Uranus, because Uranus equals 611, and Uranus is the
right.
sky god. So, I've been seeing Jurassic's work on that too. So it's like maybe it'll have something to do with that, with something that has to do with the sky, or something.
I mean, what I found today with Cody Rhodes' challenger coming up this next month is undeniable connected to June 11th, man. I couldn't believe it. Like how they lined this up perfectly. And it explains now why they chose this guy. At first, I was like wondering, why are they choosing this guy out of all guys for Cody Rhodes to have his first championship defense against? Why is they choosing this guy? I wouldn't have expected it. But then as soon as I realized it, I was like, oh my goodness. Like, it's all about the June 11th.
Who is his challenger?
His name is AJ Styles. And
it sounds so familiar.
He's one of the most decorated wrestlers in all of wrestling because he's been to all the companies in all the wrestling companies, right? Not just WWE. And he was once part of the Bullet Club with Cody Rhodes. So I'll just give you a clue. I'm not going to spoil it all now, but so AJ Styles, he's the only current wrestler on the current WWE roster who's facing Cody Rhodes next month. AJ Styles is the only wrestler who's faced Cody Rhodes' dad, the American Dream.
Oh.
And you have to understand how amazing that is because Cody Rhodes' dad was old and AJ Styles is still wrestling, and that's insane to happen. I mean, and guess when, of course you guys know, American Dream Dusty Rhodes died on June 11th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And yeah, so that's all I'll say for now, but I'm still putting some pieces together, but it's absolutely insane, man. How they script wrestling sometimes blows my mind. Like, or just how they, not just they, but just how the reality scripts it. I know it's not even just all them. It's like there's something way more here because it's so perfect.
Yeah, it's crazy how they put in like like I am curious to know how like because not only obviously what we do like the decoding and being able to see all this stuff in sports and entertainment, like that's already a niche like group in itself, but then like I wonder how many like I have not heard many people really find it in wrestling. It's like you and the Illusion are two of the only people I've really like seen break it down like that. So I just wonder if there's anyone else out there really that like how many people there really is like overall who can see like these things that you're seeing, like through wrestling specifically?
I have a few people in my Discord. There's a guy named Maka. He's Decodes Wrestling, and he's on the same code I am right now with the Bray Wyatt situation.
Mhm.
And again, I know I saw Zenith in the Alpha in the chat. He mentioned that he wanted me to say something about the Bray Wyatt's brother. But again, if you guys don't think WWE knows what they're doing at some level, they definitely do at some level, because the stuff they're putting out right now to give people clues about the return of his brother are just absolutely insane. I shared it with Casey and with you, but how they're giving that, they give us the Pluto symbol, and the last clue they just gave us was they sent us to this source code, and I sent that to you also, Sean. They sent us to this source code, and they're basically turning these regular WWE fans into decoders, like, because these WWE fans are so obsessed with wrestling, right? And so the only way to, and all these things keep saying, "Wake up, open your eyes, wake up, open your eyes." All these WWE things are trying to. It's almost like the people are trying to get people to wake up, like they're actually begging people to wake up. So, yeah, it's just insane what's going on right now with this Bray Wyatt thing.
That's what I it seems like to me too. Like it comes to the point where it seems like they really do want people to know. Like, one thing that I saw that was really, is going a little bit off topic. We'll go back to WWE, but when the whole thing that was happening with Iran and Israel recently, when Iran first, like, I guess, shot rockets over there, and there's another thing in the news saying that they had seized, like, an Israel vessel named the MSC or MCS Ares. So it was called, that was the name of the ship. And if you look at who owns that vessel, it's a group called Zodiac Group. And that was all happening when we were still in Aries. And it's like things like that. I'm like, there's no way that they don't want people to know, like that they're like these things. Like, that's such a giveaway, you know? So I'm just like, I see where you're coming from. It seems like they're like begging people to wake up.
Yeah, and like I said, like how they're saying in these teaser trailers and these riddles that they're giving out, they're actually saying "wake up," and they're giving out these clues like Pluto's cave or Plato's cave. They're. I mean, what are the chances that they're putting Pluto in these riddles right now? And we just hit Pluto's return. We're just about ready to hit Pluto's return. And Bray Wyatt died on the same day that Donald Trump got his mugshot, and that's Vince McMahon's birthday, and that's the 248. That's the date 248, and that's the day Pluto was demoted. And there's no way that they don't know something, because that's too obvious. Like, and like especially the astrology part. Like I said, I mean, to put the Pluto thing in there and to put the Blackbird in there, and the song that they're teasing with is called Nightbird, and man, I got so much research next year on New Orleans too. The Black Sunday thing with New Orleans, it's so clear something is going to something connected with New Orleans next year, like the Raven, and yeah, and even the CJ Styles thing I was looking at today, it also came right back to the Raven.
Oh, wow.
Everything keeps coming back to the Blackbird or the Raven. So
that's interesting. Yeah, and then I mean, something I wanted to bring up when you mentioned the Pluto, I guess, like, seeing it from another angle, because I was really looking into the Ryan Garcia thing a lot. Like, it caught my attention because me and Casey were talking about like Sirius the star, and then I remember, like, during that fight, like, they were saying that Ryan Garcia, like, oh, he's not taking it seriously. And one thing that's interesting is that from 9/11 to the fight, it was 22 years, 222 days. And that resembles the date of the Pluto return that, you remember the Pluto return on 2/22/22?
yeah, when Biden came out at 2/22/22 and said that we're gonna pull out aid from Russia or whatever, they were
Yeah,
gonna put
yeah,
sanctions
yeah.
on Russia. I mean, that was one of
Yeah.
the most obvious things you'll ever see right there, man.
Yeah. And then I was noticing like this connection with Ryan Garcia and like Kobe, because Kobe's obviously like a huge symbol of Pluto because of the 24 and 8 and the 248 orbit, right? So when you look at how old Ryan Garcia was on the fight, he was exactly 1341 weeks old the day of the fight. And that has to do with Kobe because of him and Gianna were 13 and 41 when they died, and then 13 is the 13th prime is 41. And
Was that on the 21st or the 20th?
this was the 20th. This was because his fight was the 20th, right? I'm pretty sure it was the 20th. This was the 20th.
Okay, yeah, the 20th. So a lot of stuff went down that day.
Yeah, and it was like it was interesting because it was Hitler's 135th birthday, and so then that was another thing that had to do with like Kobe, because the 135, Kobe being Brian Nichols 135, and if you remember, there was when the bridge collapse happened, like the Francis Scott Key one, there was a conspiracy theory that Ryan Garcia had predicted that bridge collapse. Do you remember that?
I remember it, but I don't remember the details.
So there's like a bunch of videos on TikTok saying like that Ryan Garcia predicted the bridge collapse, but he had said like, oh, something's bad gonna happen in Baltimore, but apparently he like deleted the tweet. So so it's weird because there's like this all that stuff with like the 135 that I just brought up, and then he happened to be involved in this, and then Casey, I think a little bit before you joined, Casey mentioned like Kobe has like a bunch of connections with 326 and Pope Francis. Casey, can you? I just want to put it in real quick. Can you remind me of what that was? It was from when Pope Francis became the Pope to Kobe's death. Was that it?
Well, that date spans 2,510 days in basketball. It's 251. And I mentioned the 1597 days after Moses Malone. It's the 251st prime number. And then, but what you're talking about, the 326, Kobe died 326 days before Pope Francis's 84th birthday. And it was 326 days after Shaq's 47th birthday. And the moon was even at 326 degrees of the ecliptic. He was 2161 weeks old. Kobe was, which is the 326 prime number. And then also, like, something I like to mention to go along with that is how, you have Dr. J, who played the majority of his career for the Philadelphia 76ers. He wore two numbers, kind of like Kobe. Kobe wore the 8 and the 24. Dr. J, he wore the number 32 and 6. So for a 326. And if you look at his career points total, it's 30,026 points. And of course, Kobe Bryant, he's from Philadelphia. He's kind of the fresh prince.
Yeah, no, I did see that video.
Yeah,
that you put on your channel. That was pretty wild.
I know Cody he led with the 326. Well, he didn't lead with the 326 maybe, but he was talking about the Pentagrammaton, which has gematria of 326. Something I want to throw out there too, like real quick, is I know like Zenith of the Alpha, he talks about how water is connected to money, and I just want to say, like, America leads the world in debt, and a common phrase for debt is like, well, yeah, I'm drowning in debt, right? So I want to throw out there the association with debt and drowning. Debt even kind of is pretty close to the word death, I guess. But
yeah, and then like going off of that money theme and I guess like the bridge stuff and Cody, how you brought up 589 not that long ago. So remember how like Ryan Garcia was talking about Bohemian Grove? Like he was like that was like a big part of when he was like exposing a bunch of stuff. Like, do you remember that part?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bohemian Grove equals 589. So it's also interesting. And then Bohemian Grove equals 134. And 134 is 2 times 67. That's that 267 that I've been talking about a while.
Well, you know what's interesting about that is the 134 there. That's the same cipher as Ripple XRP.
Oh wow.
So you got that 589 connection with the Ripple XRP community, and then you have the 134, which is the gematria of Ripple XRP. So that also the Jesuits equals 134 in that cipher. That's a number that I've seen coming up a lot lately too. The 134. Well, yeah, sorry. The Jesuits have the 134 in the backwards cipher.
Mhm.
But the 134 is definitely very interesting. I see it a lot, and I actually found something yesterday with the 134, and it was a mind blowing connection, but I think I've forgotten it now. It was like a long date span. It was like the 134th prime days or something like that between a date span.
Oh man.
I can't remember it now what it was, but oh yeah, Cody Rhodes has connection with the 134 too because his song is called Kingdom, which equals 60 or 116, like Cody Rhodes. But Cody Rhodes, the main lyric of that, why I'm also connecting this to I Am That I Am, is his lyric in the song is it says I am my kingdom.
Oh wow.
If you type in I am my kingdom equals 134 in that same cipher also. So a lot of stuff that I've been looking at with I've known about that number for a long time though. That was one of the first numbers I was always looking at with XRP. So but another thing I wanted to say about the 421 day, it was the 112 day of the year, and that was the Queen's birthday, her 98th birthday, and of course she died on 9/8. And the connection with Jupiter there, because we just had that Jupiter conjunction, right? I tied, a few years ago, I tied her to the movie called Jupiter Ascending, because in that movie Jupiter Ascending, it's a female named Jupiter, who is ascending, right? So that in the movie, it's a female who's known as Jupiter, and that movie just happened to come out on the anniversary of the day that she became queen, February 2nd, which is the same day I started my channel also. But yeah, February 6th was I think it was like the 63rd anniversary of her becoming queen. So
that sounds about right.
So it's interesting that the Jupiter conjunction also happened one day before her 98th birthday, which makes me think next year would be her 99th birthday. And you know what Jupiter equals in gematria, right? 99. So her 99th birthday, 99.
That's a great catch.
Watch out. Yeah, I was thinking about that, and yeah, the 112. There was something that happened on Tuesday, on the 22nd. Oh, yeah, I can't remember now what it was, but well, first of all, another point to point out there about the 22nd. That was the day that Trump's trial started, and that was exactly 22 years, 224 days after 9/11, and that was the date 224 also, and it was in the year 224. So that lined up perfectly with 9/11, 22 years, 224 days.
Oh wow, yeah.
Hey guys, real quick, I gotta sign off here.
Okay, man.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Is there anything you want to end off with? Like, do you have a finishing statement?
No, no, not nothing really. Nothing really is coming to mind unless you have any questions or anything. I'll just
Yeah, if anyone else does, but
yeah.
I mean, I just wanted to say thank you so much for taking the time to um yeah to do this with me, and it's always fun having us three talk.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, hopefully we can do it again. Like hopefully another opportunity comes. Maybe if anyone else wants to join next time too, that'd be cool. But yeah, man.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Thanks
Yeah,
again. Thank
thanks
you.
for having yeah,
And I
thanks
just
for
want to
having
say
me
thank
on.
you. I just want to say
Yeah,
publicly thank you again for like being like one of my mentors, like for real.
yeah, man. Like I said, thanks for having me on. I wish I didn't really have anything prepared today. Just kind of winging it. So maybe, hopefully, next time, we do if we do this again down the road, I can have some fresh material for everyone. And
No, it'd be
one
dope.
thing I did want to throw out there before I left is I just wanted to. I don't think it's the message is getting out there about how significant Happy Gilmore seems to be to the upcoming Super Bowl. I just want to remind everyone how Adam Sandler he's turning 701 months old on the day of Super Bowl 59, and in the opening scenes of Happy Gilmore, he goes to his apartment and the room number is 701, and yeah, that's it. I just want to remind everybody about the Happy Gilmore code. So
Yeah, and then um oh no, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, I think we'll be keeping our eye on that too, because I mean I think that's so interesting how you said that Happy was one of the Egyptian gods, right? That had to do with the flooding.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, that's
HAPI.
HAPI, I believe, and he was associated with the flooding of the Nile, I believe. Yeah,
Yeah, and
yeah,
that's
man.
really interesting. Yeah, just I don't know. Yeah, I really am seeing like these like themes overlapping. Like obviously like the whole thing with I mean we're talking about like the all that flooding stuff with 104, and then like how Happy Gilmore has to do with golf. OJ
Mhm.
Simpson, like he had that weird golf connection because he talked about golf right before he died, and he died on 10-4. And it's a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah, it's nice. Of course, he did the film The Water Boy, which was set in Louisiana. Super Bowl is going to be in New Orleans next year, and yeah, so
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
man.
maybe I'm gonna start looking. We should maybe back at like Hurricane Katrina, maybe see if there's any weird connections with that.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. All right,
Yeah.
well, I'm gonna get off here. I'll catch you guys on the next round.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'll
All right,
talk to you
Casey.
soon. Have a good rest of your day. And then, oh yeah,
Thanks.
Cody, go ahead. You can say bye to Casey too. My bad.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
man. Take care, and thanks again for all your research, all your astrology connections, and all your everything you do for the community. Also grateful for you, and just can't wait to see you again. Hopefully, I'll have a live stream again soon when we have a roundtable. So hopefully, we can get everyone on there. So
All right, yeah, sounds good, Cody. Yeah, it's good. Glad you were able to make it on today too. You kind of uh breathe life into the live stream. So appreciate that. Yeah.
yeah, thanks,
Yeah.
man. Appreciate you.
See you guys.
See you, Casey. Do you have more time, Cody?
Yeah, I have a little bit of time.
Yeah, you
Let's
can I could just give you the floor. If there's anything else like you want to get out before, yeah, just like before we wrap up.
Um, let me think. I know there's my research has kind of been all over the place lately because every time I get a something going, I usually can't finish it because of either Wi-Fi issues or something like that. But so
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what else I wanted to talk about. But the big
Yeah, I was
thing I
just
think is
oh, no, go ahead, go ahead. Sorry.
oh, go ahead.
Um no, yeah, like it's been weird because I just feel like the past few weeks there's been like a lot of interesting things happening, but it's been hard to like fully like I haven't been able to like fully make like a huge like strong connection, I guess. Like I've been seeing a lot of things that there's a lot of weird alignments, like how I brought up the thing with the Japanese helicopter crash, and like that was the day of the Jupiter Uranus conjunction, and like I feel like I could find like little details, but it's hard to like find one that's just like so like spot on. Like I'm still waiting for you and Joseph to like decode the Civil War movie. Like I feel like that one's just gonna be it's gonna be like because when you guys did the Leave the World Behind, like that was like when you guys were both like just going like so hard on that. I thought that was so cool. So I was like, dude, like the Civil War one will probably be like your guys' like sequel to that whole time period.
Yeah, I need to watch that. There's also the Civil War is interesting because remember Ryan Garcia, he also said that he would get killed on the day that movie was released. He said on March 8th that he would get killed on that day, which was weird, right? And then
Mhm.
that's the day the movie came out. And then if you look at Civil War equals Ryan Garcia in 3 out of 4 ciphers. So I'm just wondering what that was all about. Of course, actually, in a way, it seems like that was connected with the. I think that this is some sort of correlation. I think everyone was thinking, oh, there's going to be a Civil War connection to the United States, around that time. But I think it was actually pointing more towards the escalation of Iran and Israel.
Mm.
Because at the end of the day, a civil war is just a war between humans, right? I mean, we're all brothers and sisters. So anytime you have a war in general, I think you can consider it a civil war because we're all brothers and sisters here, or supposedly, and when your countries that are right next to each other, like Iran and Israel, attacking each other, you could really say that's a type of civil war, even though I know it's not the same country, but
Yeah,
of course,
I know what you mean.
of course, April 12th was the anniversary of the actual Civil War too. So
Yeah,
it seems that that's what he was really pointing at when he said they will kill me, because he said they'll kill me on April 12th is what I think is what he posted. And
Mhm.
and then of course the next day on April 13th, and it was April 12th in some places, I think, still when that happened, I think, wasn't it? Or was it
Was that the day when Iran struck?
yeah, wasn't it
Or was
still April 12th in some places?
I think so. I think so, yeah. 'Cause I think it might have yeah, probably like something with the time zone. It might have been on the West, because the West were I feel like we're always like the last ones.
Yeah. So I think that was part of what what he posted, because they can't make it so obvious and have if he would have died on April 12th, that would have been like insane, because
Way too
if he would have
yeah.
posted it and then he would have actually happened to die, like that would have been insane. So
Yeah.
but,
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I felt with, like, the eclipse thing too, because it just how there's so many things that they were building up this anticipation for, and it was, like, at a certain point, like, with the Devil's Comet, the CERN, all the everything about, like, Nineveh, like, all those, like, um, things about the path, how it lined up with, like, the towns of Nineveh and, like, all those things. Like, after a certain point, I was just it was like, if anything big happen then, yeah, like, I feel like that would've just woken up the world, but I just didn't think that it was the right timing, like, it just didn't seem like, um yeah.
yeah, I think that eclipse was very significant either way. I think the event was the eclipse in the end, and also, I really think that WrestleMania was a huge event too, with what happened there, and with
Mhm.
The Rock being so involved, and The Rock being such a character on the world stage, and just what happened a few after. Really, I mean, Iran attacked Israel just a few days after that. So, and then Israel attacked back. So far, it hasn't become anything, but it's just building more and more towards something bigger. And
Yeah.
the eclipse, kind of just yeah, they had too much stuff. I mean, because in this world, like once the decoders really start getting on a certain event or period, it's and then more people start becoming aware of it, and then a big then a post about it goes viral on TikTok or on Twitter, and then everyone knows about it. Now everyone's pointing out synchronicities with it. That's almost like when the reality itself will just flip everything. If there was going to be something that was going to happen that day, it certainly wasn't going to be happening anymore because it was just too. It was too many people's energy was going towards it now. So I think it's always going to happen on dates we're not expecting, just because I think once the more energy that goes towards a specific day or event, I think it just kind of the reality. If there is something that's supposed to happen on that day, maybe it almost like it recalculates itself. And yeah, that's kind of my theory about it, because I think that's really how sometimes it works. Not every time. I think 9/11 was just destined to happen that day, and certain events, obviously, but I think things can sometimes be recalculated, I guess.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, I guess it's a good thing then, right? I mean, it shows um like that could be like if that's the conclusion that we're coming to, which I agree with it a lot. Like I could see that that might be like how we maybe are preventing some of this stuff. But um like if we're able to be successful with that till like I guess the rest of our own like personal lives, then like it's such a sacrifice because we will by the end of our time we're never gonna see anything that we thought would happen like manifest. But that could be like the whole sacrifice that we're willing to give is like, oh, like we like if we really are having an impact on things like not happening, then it's like we had to give that up a little bit, you know, like we're never able to feel accomplished like, oh, like this is just assuming like if not there really is never anything um like significantly bad again. Obviously there's gonna be like little events like which we keep seeing. But you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. Yeah, and I've had that feeling before. I mean, I don't necessarily. That's why to me anymore, I don't really even get disappointed when things don't happen. I mean, really,
Mhm.
what really made me feel accomplished with the whole thing was I was right about the Cody Rhodes thing. I saw how it was going to go down. I saw how his daughter's name was Liberty. I knew how it was going to tie to the eclipse and the Statue of Liberty, and then I just keep following it and reading it like a book, And every time, and when I see these little events happen, it's almost enough for me anymore, because um, even though for me, if these little events keep happening and nothing really big and destructive happens, but I still think we're not going to avoid at the end of the day, I don't think we're going to avoid the bigger events that are coming. I think that those things probably still, um, yeah, it's just hard to tell which ones might be avoidable and which ones might not. I mean,
Yeah.
because I still think, like whatever they're building to with these wars, these little wars things going on. And
Mhm.
Archaic's one of the big channels on YouTube. He's pointed out that the second seal in the Revelation is basically not like a big attack, because the second seal is basically the taking peace from the earth, right? So, but the way he reads it from the Greek
Mhm.
translation was that it won't be like a big attack, like a big war. It'll be like a bunch of little cuts, like a bunch of little cuts. And you know what I noticed what's going on right now is all these stabbings that are happening in Australia, all these little attacks by Iran, and
Mm,
all these little things that are happening, like little attacks everywhere. I
mm,
think he was right. I think he's totally on point with that, because he even mentioned that before all this started happening with the stabbings, with the little, he's been pretty accurate, because the way he translated that text in Revelation, for the second seal, he translated it more to mean basically a bunch of little attacks, like assassins, like little assassinations here and there, like little attacks on each other, and yeah. So then that would lead to the third seal, which I can't even think of what it is off the top of my head right now, but I can't remember now what he said that would lead to, but I know he mentioned it, and in one of his videos about the second seal. I think it's back on his channel if people want to check it out. I'm sure there's a lot of people that have already seen his stuff, but
Yeah, I could.
yeah, that's all I can really
Yeah.
think.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Definitely. I see what you mean, and yeah, I actually need to catch up with his work. But yeah, it's so hard to know, like, because I can see where he's coming from with like the little attacks, and like it's just hard. I'm just so curious to know how we'll ever know if it's something that's really being prophesied, like something really manifesting, or if it's not. I mean, I don't know if you heard recently, but there like another thing that happened that was really weird with the Dubai flood. There, like the river just turned blood. Like it was like blood red. Like, did you hear about that?
No, I didn't hear about that one. That part.
Let me see.
I mean, that would be just another connection to the. And I know there was like some news about locusts recently too, cicadas or something. But I mean, that would be another plague.
Yeah. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I thought I heard it, but I thought something would have popped up by now. Maybe it happens more often than not. I don't know. Because I mean, this one said, wait. Yeah, I don't know. Ignore what I just said. But yeah, I thought because I thought the Trump thing.
I mean,
what's up?
Yeah, to say, I mean, that would be interesting if that's what happened with the rivers turning red, because
I'm not seeing.
yeah,
anything,
I
though.
think I mean, I have seen that before. I can recall seeing that a few times on like Twitter or something somewhere, but I don't know if it wasn't recently, I don't think.
Yeah, no, I don't think. I probably, I don't know. Maybe something popped up on my feed, and it was like, maybe it was like an old video or something.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, I was like thinking about how interesting like the connections were with Trump and like this, the situation here with some of the actual like flooding things, because this was this the court case where it was like they filmed Joker 2, or the courthouse?
Yeah.
Was this the courthouse this was it? Yeah, so that's it. That it's just interesting because like Casey was telling me how he was talking about how Sirius is at the 104th degree. Did you hear when we were talking about that stuff? Because it's like Sirius is at the 104th degree. Joker 2 comes out on 10/4 this October, and then like the fight with Ryan Garcia was right before this. They're saying he wasn't taking it seriously. And then also like how Sirius is connected to like the flooding of the Nile River. Trump, I didn't even know, like when you told me about this, because I didn't even realize that. Did you tell me about this before? I don't think you did, but that the rally was canceled due to the storm, and then obviously like Stormy Daniels is involved in this, like, and then I remember when you made a post recently, or not, you made a post back when you had that, there was that synchronicity with the tornado in your hometown, and how that had to do with the storm too.
Right. Yeah, the whole thing with the that I brought up earlier with the rally, it's just, it was insane. There was actually so much more I wanted to look into with that. I just didn't get a chance to, because if you look at Wilmington, North Carolina, and there's been so many films and shows that have been filmed there, and it's almost like they're telling us this is all a big script. It's all a big movie.
I know what you mean.
Because that's like a huge place where so many things have been filmed. And of
Mm.
course, you're tying this to the Joker film with Trump, and also, right? So it's almost like they're saying this is all a big show, all a big script, and when we're the joke's on us, I guess maybe the joke's on the people that are getting fooled by it. Maybe that's what they're saying. But like the whole thing with how a lot of people have said Trump will get a head wound, and don't forget, head wound actually equals serious.
Oh, is it 95?
Yeah, I think it has a multiple cipher match, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, look. Yeah, head wound equals 95 and equals 40 too. Huh. Didn't know that. Yeah, it just has
that's a
the
big
one
detail for
cipher
him.
match, serious and head. What's that?
The 410 is interesting too. The in the satanic, because I mean it has that 410 that connection with like the 40 and 10. I guess I'll bring this up now. Like I haven't really talked about it much because I've been like I still don't really know exactly how to articulate it, but so it has to do with this thing here. So the 410, and this is the date that OJ Simpson died, right? 410.
Mm-hmm.
So I have this theory, like that's why I'm a little bit like hesitant to talk about it, but I'll I th- I'll do my best. So I feel like this whole thing, like with the Masonic arch and like the head wound, I feel like the head wound is like talking about something that has to do with this. Because you know how like, because sometimes you see it with the capstone, and then you
Do you
see it
have your
without.
screen pulled up, or
Oh, whoops! Sorry,
are
I
you
did that.
sharing
I
your
was sharing my
screen?
screen. Sorry, let me do that. Sorry, everybody. So I feel like okay, so going back to the head wound. So I was thinking about, I was looking at this like the 410, because like that's when OJ Simpson died on 410, and then I remember I made that, I don't know if you got a chance to see it yet, but I made the connection with him dying at 76 with Capricorn. Let me pull up the 1 second. So so yeah, he died at age 76, and I was connecting that to Capricorn because he died of cancer, and he was a Cancer, and he died like Cancer opposes Capricorn, and he died on 410. You see that? So I think we did talk about that before, but the reason why I brought that up was because, so I feel like this head wound thing, like symbolically has, or like this thing with the Masonic arch has something to do with like symbolically, like an illustration of that, because like you sometimes you see it with the capstone, and then you see it without the capstone, and like I
Yeah.
keep like I feel like this like has some type of symbolism with like the head wound, because I've seen a lot of people also like they'll say that this is like representative of the firmament, like the, you know, like the flat earth theory,
Yeah.
and people would say like that this is like the firmament, but then, you know, some people say that also that the firmament represents like the head, like the human head, like the skull. Have you heard people make that connection?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
So then I started thinking about that, and I was like, well, that's kind of what this looks like to me. It's like a symbolic head wound. So I kind of feel like this image here is just like like, I don't know, I feel like it's like a lot more connected to the Bible and like Revelation than people think. Because even like here, like, because in this picture, you see the graves, or the casket, like, so it's like you have like death here, and then you know what I mean. Like I feel like there's got to be something to that, but
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think you're onto something there somehow, because obviously that's the capstone, the head point, and it's just I'm just wondering how that's gonna, how that could involve with how that could end up being tied into some sort of events, or with Trump. It's just interesting that Trump is all everyone's always talking about a head wound with him, because Donald J. Trump does equal head wound, and that's in one of the ciphers 148 in reverse. So, and I'm just wondering, and I've made this thought clear recently, that a lot of people think he'll actually get shot, but I mean maybe this is really just his head wound, is his mug shot that he had on Pluto's demotion day. Because what's a mug shot? It's a shot. So, I mean, I'm just wondering if that was that was it.
yeah. And then and Casey just brought up like head wound or head trauma equals 430 in Latin, and Pluto equals 430 in Latin.
Yeah. Yep. And that's Hitler's death date.
Mhm.
So, and of course, everything that happened on that 420 day was connected to Hitler as well. I mean,
And so I feel like this 410 thing is really interesting because going back to the houses, like so like the fourth house Cancer and the 10th house Capricorn. So I see that symbolized here too because this Cancer, like like this is the Cancer, the top. But then when you see it without the
right.
capstone, when you see it without the capstone, you see this, which is the G and the star, the 6-pointed star. So I see 76 here because G is the 7th letter, 6-pointed star, 76. And that's why I feel like the guide stones were demolished on 7-6, because like this is kind of like I feel like that could correlate to the head wound too, or just to this, like the demolishing of the guide stones, because it's like you have I guess with this, it's all there, and this would maybe symbolize like the you know what I mean, like what would have, I guess, like when the cornerstone is misplaced, then that like cause a collapse or whatever. But I don't know. I feel like there's something to do with that as well, like the guide stones on 7-6. Um, what's also interesting about the guide stones when you think about Cancer, because how the dates of Cancer are 6/22 to 7/22. Cody. Oh, Cody's not there. He's not even there. Okay. Well, anyways, what I was saying, um, I guess it starts June 21. I saw I thought some sources it says it was 6/22. Hopefully Cody comes back though. Yeah, so some of them say like 6/22 to 7/22. So I thought it was interesting how like when the guide stones were demolished. Um, yeah, so 7/6/22. So it's like it has all the, like you could even write that as 6/7/22. So that kind of, that's interesting how it connects to Cancer. And then I was talking about the Masonic Arch. Oh, here, I'll give you the link, Cody. One sec. If anyone else wants to join too, let me know. Do-do-do. So yeah, like see, like that's what's kind of interesting to me is that like this kind of I don't know, like kind of has that resemblance like with the stones. Um and then like how I mentioned like Cancer is 622 to 722, and then they went down on 6722. Like even just looking at the so yeah, and it just seems like I see resemblance, but I don't know if I'm making a full on connection. Hey there, Cody.
All right, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Okay. All right, good.
Did you get a chance to hear
Yeah, I
like
don't know. It does this every like 20 minutes. It seems like.
okay. Yeah, we could talk for a little bit longer, and then like, I mean, do you want to just maybe like when it happens again, then we could just cut it shorter? Do you want to like cut it before?
I don't know. Did I
don't know if I
drop
hear
out
you.
again? Can you hear me right now?
I can hear you right now, but just no, I don't hear you right now.
All right. What about now?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I missed a lot of what you're talking about the Georgia Guidestones now. What is the
Yeah,
topic
so I
now?
was yeah, so I was bringing up this like I don't know, this thing I've been thinking about cuz like, you know, I was talking about how I feel like there's got to be some type of like connection with the Guidestones and this art, the Masonic Arch cuz like I mean, this this image might kind of, you know, I feel like there's some resemblance to the Guidestones, but the reason why it's so interesting about like when they were demolished is because the sign is Cancer, and then when you think about when Cancer is 622 to 722, and like that also resembles the date that they were demolished, which was six. You could write that date as 6/7/22 or 7/6/22, but like regardless, it's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it even says here like
Yeah.
like it talks about the capstone right here. Wait, so what did it say? It says an explosive device was detonated at the site, destroying the Swahili Hindi language slab and causing significant damage to the capstone.
Oh yeah, it was the Swahili part.
Casey's back. Hey again, Casey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, what's going on? Oh, yeah. I got you. Got me excited. You know, it's funny. You know, you're talking about the. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, were you saying something?
Oh, sorry about that. I had a little bit of a lag with I had the YouTube app running, so you know, we were talking about the Royal Masonic Arch. We were talking about that earlier, and how, you know, Cancer sits at the top, and I was talking about the middle degree of Cancer and how that's the exaltation degree for Jupiter, right?
Yeah.
And so if you cast a chart for that date for July 6th, was it 2022?
Yeah. Here, I can pull
Yeah.
it up.
If you cast a chart for that date, Sun was at that middle degree, so that was the Sun Sirius conjunction date.
Oh,
Right.
wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting.
So, what would be interesting to me is like if you could find out, which I could do in a minute, to look up and see when Jupiter is going to be at that middle degree of Cancer.
Mm.
And also like you were talking about how some of the images, the capstone is removed. I don't know. I noticed in one of the images there's an eye, and it's shooting out the rays. And I know Rambo's done work on that. He says how that eye actually represents Sirius.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because I do remember hearing, also not even just in this image, but with like the dollar bill, like the the eye of the dollar bill. Like I think people have like made that connection with Sirius as well, right? Oh, you're muted, Casey.
Oh yeah. I think they have made that association. Yeah.
Dang. Yeah, the Sirius thing is a lot more it's a lot more significant than I realized. I've overlooked it for a while.
Okay. So Jupiter will actually hit that degree next year on let's see, on August 11th.
Oh,
8/11. Yeah, I don't think 7/1 would appreciate that. And what's real fascinating about that is Venus will be in conjunction with Jupiter that day.
oh wow.
Yeah. And it'll hit that degree as well that same day. So maybe 8/11/2025, that'd be an interesting day. Yeah.
Yeah, dang, that is interesting. There, that makes me think, like, going back to this. I showed you personally, but I can bring it up again for everyone else. Where is it? So when you look at Jupiter, so Jupiter equals 1054, and when you look up how many nuclear tests the United States has conducted, it's 1054 nuclear tests. And that's interesting because bringing up that 8/11 connection, because 8/11 has that nuclear connection because it talks about the falling Wormwood star, and Chernobyl, like the Chernobyl nuclear disaster, is the Ukrainian word for wormwood. And the last thing I'll say about that is, so Jupiter has this orbital period of 433 days, or Earth days. Jupiter takes 4,333 Earth days to make an orbit around the sun. Well, that's interesting because when you go from, let me see, I think it's 8/11. Looking at this time conversion thing that I found recently, I think it's to noon.
Something else I noticed. Something else I just noticed is if you span the days from 9/11 to 8/11 next year, it's 1248 weeks, and that's a big number for the Tower tarot card. Rambo, he just did a decode about the Tower tarot card and connecting it to Abraham Lincoln in the Civil War, I think. And
so from 9/11 to 8/11 next year?
Yeah, next year. Yeah.
Wow.
So definitely, I would definitely say that'd be a day to look out for. 8/11 of next year, and that's also 287 months, which is it's the 14th. Well, pentagonal, which is that's kind of obscure, but the prime factorization is what fascinates me. It's 7 times 41. That's a big Saturn number. Saturn 741 in the extended cipher. So
That's right.
yeah.
Well, yeah, that is interesting. Because I was thinking something that I was thinking about was like when you go from what is it? Like on a normal calendar, 8/11, it leaves 20 weeks and 2 days. I'm trying to remember this thing that I learned from 7-1, but it has to do with Revelation 22. So 8/11 leaves 20 weeks and 2 days till the end of the year. And then there's this verse, Revelation 22. Are you do you remember anything about this? I'm trying to. It's making me mad that I don't remember, but he made a connection with 8/11. Oh, I think it's okay. So it's if you go 202 verses after Revelation 8/11, you land on Revelation 22. I think that's it. So 202 verses after Revelation 8/11, you land on Revelation 22. And that's interesting because 8/11 leaves 20 weeks and 2 days left in the year. But then also, so when you look at the date 12/31, when you look at that like on the clock, so if you go 8:11 p.m. to the rest of the day, or wait, doesn't make sense. Well, anyways, if you go from 8:11 a.m. to 12:31 p.m., like how you like 12/31 is that would be like the last day of the year. That's 4.333 hours. And that reminds me of Jupiter because it takes Jupiter for
Yeah, something we talked about too is how the crucifixion date for Jesus is sometimes said to be April 3rd of the year 33, which is another 4333, and like you said, 4,333 days is the orbital period of Jupiter. So
yeah.
Jesus has that kind of a Jupiter connection there. Yeah, which Jesus, it seems like he's coded into everything. You could take any planet and apply. You could find Jesus in there somewhere, right?
Right. Yeah, and it's interesting too how like Jupiter, thinking about the connection with like Jupiter and Jesus, Jupiter is the stripe and his stripes from being tortured. Like they I'm not sure if it's an actual verse, but they say like by his stripes we are healed. By his stripes we are healed. Yeah. So Isaiah 53:5. Well, that was like obviously prophesying before, but it says he was wounded for our transgressions, he was bruised for our iniquities, the chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed. So I think that's interesting too. And I know Jupiter does have connections with Zeus as well, like how Zenith brought up, and how he mentioned Jesus. So yeah, it's just so interesting. Also, I guess I could bring up here, like, since we're here, something interesting I found about OJ Simpson, because we're talking about Jupiter right now. So when you look at Nicole Brown, his ex-wife, from her birth to his birth, what's his birth again? 7/9. And oh, Cody's back. And then Casey, you're muted, by the way. I don't know if you mean to be, but so from Nicole Brown, this is Nicole Brown's birth to OJ Simpson's birth. They're 4,333 days apart. And then what's interesting, looking at this with Jupiter equals 612, and that was the date that Nicole Brown was murdered. 612.
Oh yeah. Zeus, I believe in the Greek isopsephy, has got that 612
Oh, that's right.
612 value. Yeah. Which is kind of interesting because, well, it's kind of puzzling in a way because Revelation 612 talks about the earthquake. Usually, earthquakes are associated with Neptune, but through the numbers, it seems like there's a Jupiter Zeus correlation there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways, hey Cody, welcome back.
Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, I don't know I'll drop out and come back in as much as I can. But
yeah, man, no problem.
So we're talking about Zeus now, or Jupiter.
Yeah. Yeah. I know it probably seems like you cut out for a few minutes. You're like, oh, how do we get to Jupiter?
Yeah,
Thank you for being
all
here,
good.
Journeyman.
I mean,
thank you, Journeyman, for being here. Yeah, appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, Cody, did you catch that about the August 11th date next year? We were talking about the Masonic Arch and the Georgia Guidestones, and how when they collapsed, the sun was perfectly in the middle of Cancer. It was at the middle degree of Cancer, which is the exaltation degree for Jupiter. And next year on August 11th, Jupiter will be at that degree, and it will be in conjunction with the planet Venus. So just think that's a date to look out for. I guess is all I'm saying. Of course, we know that Cancer is a lot of times depicted as being at the top of the Masonic Arch. So
that's interesting. But so you're saying August 11th, 2025?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Should be
interesting.
Should be interesting. Remember, I mean, again, emphasize how important that degree is as the exaltation degree of Jupiter, but also we got to keep in mind that that's where Sirius is currently. It moved to that degree back in 1993, and it'll be there for about 72 years. So we're not even halfway through that period. So yeah.
And
yeah, definitely interesting. The August 11th date.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, did you I don't know if you cut out when I was talking about it, but did you get to hear when I was like, I don't know, kind of bringing up this like interesting connection with like the dates of Cancer, like Cancer season, and how that connected to the date of the demolishing of the Guidestones?
Yeah, I caught a bit of that. The 7622.
Yeah, and then I mean, it all really kind of came to my attention when you made that video about being out of Cancer. how that was like. Was that like the last commandment on the Guidestones?
Yeah, it was the last commandment, and it's interesting, yeah, too. With it's August 11th is written 118. Since Casey brought that up, I was gonna, 118 is Cancer also, and again, I think
Mm.
that ties to Cody Rhodes being champion, Cody Rhodes being a Cancer, and also being from Georgia.
Oh
That's why
yeah.
I'm thinking that it has some sort of connection there. And just to state again that the Olympics this year ends on August 11th this year, which is the 224 day of the year, in the year 224. So definitely an interesting day. I can't remember when the Olympics starts, but I think it's 726, but
Let's see.
or maybe it's 725. But either way, it is 726. Yeah, so 726, that's interesting because I think that's the Sumerian gematria of Revelation.
Oh right, and that's also like where I learned from Casey. That's known as the Galactic New Year because it's 26/7, right? Is that right, Casey?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had myself muted. Yeah, that's a Galactic New Year, that 267. Of course, the galactic center is at 267 degrees of the ecliptic. That's also known as Sagittarius A star.
That's really
That's
it's
interesting.
interesting too how like, or I was gonna say it's interesting that there's that connection with the 267, like the Golden Gate. And I remember back in 2019. I mean, I wasn't even a good truther at the time, but I apparently in 2019 there was so much like symbolism with like or theories about the Golden Gate Bridge and 8/11 around 2019. So kind of interesting how there's two Golden Gate
Well,
connections there.
yeah. Philadelphia, of course, has that connection to the Bay Area with the Oakland Athletics and the Warriors. They both came from Philadelphia, if I remember right. And Philadelphia's got the 267 area code, and of course, it's Philadelphia starts with phi, and the phi is the symbol of the golden ratio. And yeah, there you go.
Yeah. And something I don't I'll let you I'll give it back to Cody after this, but I don't know, did you guys know that because I was looking at like Hitler's birth and stuff. So when you go from Hitler's birth to the groundbreaking ceremony of the Golden Gate Bridge, it was the golden ratio 16.8. So that's Hitler's birthday to the groundbreaking ceremony. I thought that was interesting. 'Cause I found that yesterday, so I just thought maybe I'd be able to put it in somehow. But Cody, what were you gonna say when I remember we were talking about these dates here?
Well, yeah, there's some sort of going back to Archaeus. He has predicted that there will be some sort of repeat of the 1972 attack on the Olympics. Because remember, the movie Black Sunday was inspired by the 1972 Munich massacre, and now we have this happening in France. And again, I don't think it's a coincidence that WWE is having their first ever main event pay-per-view in France now, the same year the Olympics are in France. And this is connected, in my mind, to the 104 as well, because Templar equals 104. And France is known for the Templars, right? Also the Jesuits. And the Templar equals 104. And when AJ Styles just advanced in to face Cody Rhodes in France, he had to beat another guy named L.A. Knight. So he had to beat somebody with the name Knight, like a Knight Templar, right, in order to advance to France. And Knight just happens to equal Rhodes in 2 out of 4 ciphers, Knight and Rhodes, and that also equals Eclipse. So I just feel like there's some sort of connection here with the French Revolution, the Knights Templar. I just already made that connection to the Revolution show, and that's why I'm thinking the French Revolution. And now we're having the Olympics in France, and it's no coincidence also that Cody Rhodes' first, his first defense as a champion is in France when Cody equals 47 in the same cipher as France. And then, of course, the Statue of Liberty was gifted to us from France, and Cody won in Liberty City. So I'm just wondering how, and Jupiter is the symbol for France, or they originally had the Jupiter symbol as for the Olympics, but now they've changed it to the flame, and the flame looks like a woman. I mentioned this before in my other videos, but they changed the Olympics flame, the Jupiter symbol, to a woman. So again, I told you in the movie Jupiter Ascending, Jupiter is depicted as a woman. So if you look closely to that picture, you can see the mouth and the hair, and it doesn't have the eyes there, but it certainly has a face woman-like shape. At least that's what I see.
I totally see it.
So, and don't forget that the Olympics ends on August 11th, which is the date that Kamala Harris was selected as VP in 2020. So it's her 4-year anniversary of being selected as VP. The Olympics ends.
Yeah, and it's probably it might be a little bit of a hassle for me to do it, but well, when you look at
Hey, I just want to mention real quick, Joaquin Phoenix, however you say his name, he's the Joker, right? He just portrayed Napoleon, of course, who was the French. What was he, the emperor? He was the emperor of France? Was that his title?
I think he was, wasn't he like I think it was emperor. I'm not sure.
Yeah. But anyways, so there's like a French connection there, but going back to Matthew Perry's death, he died on 10/28, which was we're talking a lot about the Masonic Arch here. And Matthew Perry died on 10/28, which was the day that they put the capstone in the Gateway Arch in St. Louis, and that Gateway Arch was a memorial for westward expansion, which what that's talking about is, once we got the Louisiana territory, that's Lewis and Clark went on an expedition to explore that territory. And in the movie Almost Heroes, Matthew Perry and Chris Farley were racing Lewis and Clark to the Pacific Ocean. So, and of course we the Louisiana Purchase, we bought that territory from Napoleon because he was trying to fund a war. Right?
Man. That's so good.
That brings together everything, really. It brings together next year's Super Bowl in New Orleans. It brings together the Olympics. And yeah, there's so much French stuff right now that it's insane. Everything, WWE, the Olympics, and NFL all have this connection now with
oh yeah, yeah. Let me tell you something else too. Is something me and Derek have talked about through the years is the book Life of Pi. Its publication date is 9/11/2001. You can look that up. Life of Pi, published 9/11/2001. I know in the past, this week, there was a story about, I can't think of his name. He's the Prime Minister of England right now. What is his name?
Rishi Sunak?
Yes, Rishi Sunak. And I think, to me, he's the 57th Prime Minister, which there's a lot to be said about 57 and the moon. And you know, you go on all day about 57, but I think he was put there for these Olympics because he looks so much like Michael Phelps. And in the book Life of Pi, the main character, he was actually got his name from an Olympic swimming pool in Paris, France. He was named after an Olympic swimming pool in Paris, France. And we had these Olympics going back to Paris, and the Prime Minister of England looks just like Michael Phelps, like the most decorated uh, swimmer in history, right?
He looks like an Indian Michael Phelps. Yeah, he does.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, he does. So
You're so right. No, that's wild. That's wow.
Yeah, I just now
But just
noticed
that whole
now.
connection there.
And Casey, what were you gonna say about Joaquin Phoenix?
oh, just the fact that, you know, we've been bringing up Joker, you know, how it's going to be released on 10/4. We've been talking a lot about the 104, and just the fact that he plays Joker and he plays Napoleon in
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I didn't know he just played Napoleon. And another thing, if you look at, I mean, just here's another clue, guys. The name of the Joker movie is Folie à Deux, which is French. You know. So
Oh wow.
so you have the Joker movie has a French name in it. You know, even. And
Oh,
then he
you're
just
right.
the movie before that.
Yeah.
The movie before that, Casey's right. I'm seeing it here. He played Napoleon. So he played Napoleon. Now he's playing the Joker with a French title.
Oh,
And
that's so
notice that the main colors in one of the photos is blue and red and white. The French colors also.
Oh,
Yeah.
The picture that came up on mine first was a picture of Lady Gaga in the blue, the red, and the white. I don't know. I don't see it on
oh, I know
yours
what
though.
you.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's a little. Oh, I guess. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, this. Well, it's kind of hard to tell, but yeah, I can see the blue.
And then what else? I was gonna say something else.
Well, here's something about I guess, with the 811 and the France connection. Like, I would totally got this from 7-1. But I think this is really relevant. So, like, when you look at the Eiffel Tower, so it's like the three Greek letters iota, alpha, and omega, like stacked on top of each other. Can you like kind of see that? It's like an I, and then this is like the alpha and the omega. Like in the Bible, I am the alpha and the omega.
Yeah.
So when you put those three together in Greek, the I, the A, the alpha, and the omega, it's 811.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And yeah, of course, that's also the 141 prime.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, that I've been seeing that number come up a lot, at least recently too. But
The
yeah,
141.
yeah, I was telling you about the. Of course, I'm looking. Okay, so XRP has a connection to France also because the Bank of France was looking to use XRP as a cross-border solution, and the judge in the XRP case is named Sarah Netburn, and she just happens to equal 141. And on May 16th next month, she'll be exactly 141 months into her, or weeks, I think 141 weeks maybe. I can't. No, it's got to be 141 months into her, since she became a judge. And
Wow.
again, her name equals 141. And really, I want to bring up this connection with Ripple XRP and the new Heliofont video because it's insane. Because yeah, I know we can't watch the video live, so you guys, I can't really explain it well. But basically, he just zooms in on this guy's eyes in this photo. But at the very bottom of the video, you see the name Swartz. And as soon as I saw that, originally I wasn't going to make a connection to XRP at all, but when I saw the name Swartz on there, I immediately thought of David Swartz, the one of the creators of the XRP ledger. And so I was like, okay, well, let me look into this. And I was like, oh, well, look, the show that this Helio font was trying to point us to was called the Vanderpump Rules. Okay. And show Vanderpump Rules started, the show actually premiered on, I believe it was January 7th, 2013. And if you measure from January 7th, I don't know if you want to bring that date up, January 7th, 2013, to the date that Helio Font released this video with the Vanderpump in the video. And if you go from that date to the 4/22 was the date.
Oh wow. Oh dang.
You see the weeks?
Oh sorry, I forgot to click it. Wow.
So as soon as I saw David Swartz, right, and David Swartz on Twitter and X, he's always talking about the 589.
Yeah.
And if you guys go watch the video, one of the main words on the video is Swartz. It's at the very bottom right. It says Swartz. And one of the actors in the show is called Tom Swartz. And it's one of the characters' names. And it basically says Tom, and Jax. So Tom means twin. There's two Toms in this show. And there's two Toms, and Tom obviously means twin.
Hey, hey, Cody, real quick, man. Have you ever seen the movie Spaceballs?
Spaceballs? No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, well, it's like a spoof of Star Wars, and one of the common lines that they say is "May the Schwartz be with you."
Oh, really?
So maybe, I don't know, maybe May 4th would be a date to look out for, because since it's, May the 4th be with you, right? I just want to throw that out there real quick.
Well, that's the date of the wrestling match in France.
Yeah.
Too.
There you go,
Wait.
man.
Wait, you know what's crazy? So, all right, the date that this movie released, this was the exact midway point between the opening of the World Trade Center and 9/11, which is Messi's birthday. So,
Oh, really?
So this movie was released right at that midway point. That's really interesting.
Crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, May 4th, that would be interesting.
Well, just going back to David Swartz real fast. He was born the year the moon landing, and he was born on November 16th, which is normally, yeah. So if you go from his birthday to the date of this Helio Font release,
Do you have the dates memorized?
yeah, it's his birthday is November 16th, 1969. So that's David Swartz, the creator of XRP.
Mm-hmm.
And to the date of the 4/22 date, when the Helio Font video, and you're gonna see that it was 54 years, like the date, right? 5/4.
Mm-hmm.
And it was 158 days. Well, that's interesting, because if you type in the name David Swartz, what are you gonna get? Oh, you don't have. I guess you don't have that up, but
Is it like Schwartz? Oh, wow.
so it was 158 days after David Swartz's birthday, and David Swartz equals 158.
Wow.
And also, if you look at the months and the weeks and days after his birthday, it was 22 weeks and 4 days. And the date was obviously also 224 in the year 224. So it seemed to align perfectly with David Swartz. But if you actually just go to the days of his life, just click the days and just click the prime or click it so you bring up the prime number. Or it's not a prime number, it's a square.
Oh wow. Wow.
So there you have your 141 times 141, and that was how old he
Yeah.
was. And again, the judge in the case for his company that's ruling against, for Ripple and in the SEC, her name is Sarah Netburn, and he goes 141, and she'll be 141 months into her judge since she became a judge next month on 5/16. I'm really looking for that date next month, 5/16. It seems to have a lot of alignments, but yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
So I know that's kind of a weird thing to bring up because everyone else is not going to be looking at XRP in connection to the Heliofont video, but I just thought it was quite interesting that they just happened to have the Swartz on there. And some people mentioned that in the video they have the word Pangaea on there. And
Oh really?
Pangaea is the supercontinent that was existing supposedly as the one supercontinent that existed before it all split up. And that would be kind of like symbolic of like a one world currency, maybe a one world order.
That
Yeah.
also makes me think about the Tower of Babel. Supposedly when the myth or whatever the story goes, there was one language for the entire world when they built the Tower of Babel, but when it was destroyed, everybody was given a different language, or that's how, like, I don't know if it makes sense, right? The Pangea, one continent, Tower of Babel's back when there was supposedly one shared language. So I don't know. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that goes perfectly with it. I think that's why they had the Pangaea on there, because they're referencing like the one world order, the one world currency, the one world language, kind of like globalism, maybe even.
Wait, was it a new iPad Go video, or is it I didn't
It's
even know
just
about
just Heliofont. He just posted this random video of him at this. You'll have to watch it. It's just it's the stupidest thing you ever see, but it still seemed coded to me because I saw the Swartz. I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, that's crazy. Is it on wait, is it animated? It's not animated then, right?
No, it's on the official Heliofont channel, and it's just
Oh, wow.
it's not animated. It's just him recording a video of this. Yeah, I don't know what. I think it's a premiere or just something to do with the show Vanderpump Rules.
That's interesting.
And Vanderpump Rules. Oh, don't forget, Vanderpump Rules. The star of that show is Lisa Vanderpump, and Lisa means Lily. Lisa means lily, and the lily is connected to New Orleans and the fleur de lis. So another French connection.
Wow.
And XRP community, there's a lot of connections to the lily flower. As a matter of fact, if you type in lily, it equals XRP. Well, if you type it with one L, I guess.
Oh.
But yeah, I've seen it spelled that way. But
Mm.
so that's kind of, I don't know. But
Oh
either
wow.
way, there has been a lot of connections in the Riddlers in the XRP community have connected XRP to the lily. So
Fleur de Lis, that's the New Orleans Saints. They had the Fleur de Lis on their helmets, as part of their logo. Fleur de Lis is 666 Sumerian. Zenith has spoke a lot about 666 and how it's coded to money. And let's see, there's something else. Something else I wanted to mention too is we talking a lot about the 141s and the date May 4th. If you spell out 54 is 1377, I believe, in the Latin cipher. That big wormwood number, wormwood, Revelation 8:11. I was talking about August 11th of next year. Well, 1377th prime number is 11411. So it's kind of like a, I don't know, like a, it's kind of like a 141, I guess you could say. Yeah.
Well, it's like
Yeah.
it's all the combinations of 141 put into one number because it's like 114 141 411. That's like
Yeah.
mind-boggling.
Yeah. That's
And
interesting.
then something interesting, I guess about I was looking at this. So you're talking about that 516 date and how it's perfect that Casey just brought up Revelation 8:11 with like the nuclear theme and like Wormwood, Chernobyl, and this. So this is interesting because 654 months exactly. Well, if you look at the time of, or 654 minutes into the day is 10:54 a.m. and that represents the total nuclear test. Yeah, the 1054 nuclear tests. And then also how Jupiter equals 1054 too.
Yeah, that's a good point about the Jupiter and the 1054. Remember, also like the Great Schism, which was like the East-West schism, where we have the Orthodox Church in the East and we have the Catholic Church.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up to me because that's huge. Oh, and yeah, that's right because you brought up how that was the end of it. Well, the Trinity test happened on.
Yeah, my bad. I got cut off there for a second. Yeah, the Trinity test was what, July 16th, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the Great Schism, if you look it up, supposedly began on July 16th of the year 1054. And yeah, so you had the Great Schism in 1054, and then I don't remember the year exactly. You had the what was it called? Oh man, the Protestant Reformation, right?
Yeah.
Protestant Reformation. So there's like this theme of division, I guess, with the
Right.
church. Yeah, and then of course the first nuclear bomb detonated was a fission bomb, where the nucleus of an atom is divided.
Oh, right. That's a great point.
You know,
You okay, Cody?
yeah, I'm good. I'm just like, I'm thinking here because I'm just noticing the schism thing is interesting, but I was still on the Florida Lease thing. He Casey reminded me about the New Orleans Saints, and so it went right back to New Orleans Super Bowl next year. And then I typed in New Orleans, and you get 54,
Oh, wow.
and you get 45. So you could write the day either way. Um, and of course, yeah. Now you have WWE in France on 5-4. I need to go from this WWE France event to the Super Bowl next year and see what the date shows. But yeah, there's some. I'm gonna crack some code here because there's definitely something. This French connection over and over. Fleur de lis equals folie deux, which is so if you type in Fleur de lis and folie deux and Donald Trump, it all equals 48 in the same cipher. So
How do you spell Florida?
yeah, it's kind of like FLEUR. I think that's how you spell it.
Wait, FLE. Oh, like that.
Yeah. So it equals Donald Trump in 3 out of 4 ciphers.
Is it just the base ones? Wait.
Yeah, just the base ciphers. and it has the 111, of course, which is kind of New York, and Trump's from New York. So, and that's where the case is going on. So, like this Florida lease thing, man.
Oh, yeah. Remember too that Batman has got that one. I'm pretty sure Batman has that 111 gematria. And something I mentioned to Sean earlier is how the heliocentric Pluto return, if you use the Solarium software, falls on that date 11/1 of this year. So I just want to throw that out there.
Oh, if you use the Stellarium, it falls on that date, not Trump's birthday.
Yes, yeah, it falls on. You can argue it's either Halloween or November 1st, which they're both significant dates. You know, Batman has the huge Halloween. You know, how many kids dress up as Batman? It just Batman as a character, he kind of gets associated with Halloween, and you know, the 11/1 date. That's the Day of the Dead, right? So,
Wow.
and it's again, it's in Scorpio, which is ruled by Pluto. So,
yeah, that's crazy because the Halloween equals Sirius and equals Donald J. Trump also equals Halloween, and yeah, it's in Baltimore. Baltimore equals Halloween,
as well as Pentagram will have a lot of overlap with Halloween as well.
Yeah,
That 95 is, of course, that goes back to the 95 thesis and Martin Luther. He posted those on Halloween, right?
Yep.
Yep.
So I did a date measurement from the WWE event in France to the Super Bowl next year. And wouldn't you know, it's 9 months and 5 days and 40 weeks. So the WWE event is 40 weeks. Well, it's 40 weeks and 1 day before the Super Bowl and 40 on the 40 day of the year next year.
What?
It's May 4th, 2024.
Oh.
Yeah, so you got your 104 backwards there, kind of 40 weeks in 1 day, 104. You got your 40 and you got your 95. It's also the 60th prime number.
Oh.
And Florida lease equals 60, I believe, doesn't it? Yep. So you have Trump. He's going to be in the 60th presidential election. He equals Florida lease in the same cipher, 60. And from the WWE event in France to the Super Bowl in New Orleans, which is connected to the Florida lease in France, it's the 60th prime number. And you can't overlook the 9 months and 5 days.
Dang it. Okay. Well, you know what's interesting about hear me? You know what's interesting about like how Mars, WWE, and Batman, how those all equal 51 and 15? Do you know how Mars connects with the Eiffel Tower? Are you familiar with that?
I think you might have told me that, but I don't think I remember.
So the most famous picture is seen from the Champ de Mars. You see that? Like, this is like the most famous picture of the Eiffel Tower from this park. So so it's the from the Champ de Mars, and that is Mars as in Mars, like the planet. And Casey, if you could like refresh my memory, like Mars doesn't it have like a total synodic period of 811 days or something like that? Is he there?
Sorry about that. Yeah, I had to get back to the browser to unmute myself. The longest synodic cycle that Mars can have is 811 days. That's like the outer limit. So there is like an 811 Mars connection, I guess you could say. And then I believe that the Eiffel Tower is in Mars Park. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's what I was showing right here. Yeah, it's the Champ de Mars, where the right here, seen from the Champ de Mars. So that's like the most it's like the most famous picture of the Eiffel Tower from the Champ de Mars. And like how Casey just said that the longest possible synodic cycle of Mars is 811 days. So, Casey just cut out. But yeah, so I thought that was worth noting just because I was like, I noticed that Mars, WWE, and Batman, like they all equal 51 and 15.
Yeah, I mean, is it Mars that has the 325 connection too?
Well, that's the magic square of Mars.
Yeah,
Because
that's what I thought. Yeah.
yeah,
And-
hold up.
Because I just noticed the Super Bowl next year is on the 325 days left.
Oh, that's actually
The
That's pretty
40th
big.
day of the year and the 325 days left. But also, if you type in the nickname for Mars, is a red planet, right?
it's here's the 325 you're looking for.
Yeah.
So that's the 25th triangular number. But what was it that you just said, the nickname of Mars?
Is it the nickname of Mars is the red planet or just red planet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just find it interesting that red planet also equals 95.
Yeah.
And 148. It equals pentagram. It equals Halloween. It equals Baltimore. It equals all those ones we were just talking about a little bit ago.
Wow.
Yeah, I just don't know. I'm just seeing
Dang.
so much. I'm just seeing so much for so much now with this French connection and in the Olympics and the WWE event and then the Super Bowl next year, all connected to French. And yeah, the WWE event to the start of to the end of the Olympics on August 11th is 14 weeks and 1 day. So you got another 141.
What was the beginning date?
The beginning date is July 26th. The end date is August 11th. But I
Oh,
measured
wait,
from
so
the WWE event on May 4th to the end of the Olympics is
okay.
14 weeks and 1 day, or 99 days, which is Jupiter.
Yep. Wow.
And yeah, I'm gonna have to just do more research on these events and how they're aligned. And the Joker movie also being a French connection, and I need to go back and look at Joaquin Phoenix and his Napoleon movie.
That's
that
funny.
came out.
It's like when like someone brings up something else, like, and then you're like, oh man, now I have to go look at that. But it's like a good thing, but then also like, oh dang, like my work's not even close to done.
Yeah, for sure. I'm like I got so much stuff I'm working on. I'll be honest, Sean, in all my years of having this channel and doing research, I'm more spread out right now than I've ever been.
Wow.
Like what I mean by that is I'm just more like all over the place with info right now that I haven't finished than I've ever been. And I don't know how to I can't even do a live stream because I prefer to do live streams, to be honest, but
Yeah.
yeah, I
Man.
just trying to rein in all the info here.
Yeah, man. I'm so sorry that you're not able to, like, you don't have the convenience of, like, so your whole hotel was out of Wi-Fi?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was out of
before.
Wi. I didn't have any internet at all, pretty much, except for like maybe like 10 minutes in the course of like 3 days. So
Man.
uh, it was probably the longest I ever went without. It was just so funny too that as soon as I come back from the internet got turned back on, or I got it back, immediately I found that connection with the power going out with Matt Hardy. It was just crazy. I'm out of Wi-Fi for 3 days, and then immediately that just comes to me. I didn't even have to look for it either. It just popped up.
Wow. Wow, that's crazy. That is crazy.
So, yep.
But
And now
yeah,
I'll be back in Germany in 2 weeks, so I'll have Wi-Fi in Germany again.
okay. That's cool. Wait, so you can be in Germany for 3 months at a time? Is that how it is?
Yeah, 90 days. 90 days out of a 180-day period.
Okay. So then
So
so in 2 weeks that's gonna restart the cycle?
yeah, on May 9th, I can stay 90 days, but I'm probably not going to stay 90 days. I'm probably going to have to go back to the United States for a bit and then come back. But yeah, I still haven't decided exactly how I'm doing it yet, but I'm probably just going to have to go back to get to, because my Google money that I have on my Google account, I need that money. So I'm kind of just I need to go back to the United States and handle some things. But yeah, I mean, I have 90 days starting on May 9th. I can be there 90 days. Um, it's a bit confusing actually until you actually like simplify it how they do this. It's just yeah, it's a bit complicated, but I actually finally figured it out. You figured that I'm very good at all these date measurements and stuff, but for the life of me, I could not figure it out. This freaking 90 days in a 180-day window, and then finally I
Mhm,
just simplified it in my mind and I just figured it out. So um,
mhm. Dang. Well, props to you for, you know, hustling so much to I mean, that just I feel like all that would stress me out, so, yeah, I give you props for doing all that like, dealing with all that and then still, like, doing such a good job with your channel and everything, and I feel like it'd be really stressful for me to, like, want to put stuff out, but just not have the ability to, because a lot of the times when I am, like, sharing things, it's because it's almost like I'm creating my own digital journal, and this is how I keep track of my work is, like, by, like, putting out videos, which
yeah,
I still can't even, like, keep up with my work, like, I have so much stuff I might not ever get to make a video about, which, I mean, it's fine, but, um, like, sometimes I have to do it because it's, like, I feel, like, a little bit overwhelmed if I don't, so, I mean, I don't know if you feel the same way, but I feel like if I were in your shoes, like, I don't know if I would be able to handle it, so
yeah. I mean, at times it's a bit overwhelming to have to do all the traveling.
yeah.
Um, of course, I like traveling though, so at least I'm kind of a nomad sometimes, anyways. But uh, yeah, I'm definitely a bit wore out of all the traveling. I just hope to. I'm not ready to get married yet, but we're both not ready to get married yet. But once we're ready, I think that'll be the best option to fix the issue.
Mhm. I see.
But at the same time, I still have to figure out if I want to stay in Germany. I'll have to try to find a job while I'm there, and it's a bit difficult because I don't speak good German yet. So, and I'm
Mhm.
not very good. I'm not very good at learning languages. I might seem pretty smart because of my channel, but certain things I'm not very smart at, and languages is one thing. So
Yeah, kinda on the same page with you there.
yeah, but everything's good. Just trying to stay in the present moment and just keep enjoying the day, even when my day is just research. So the next couple days, I think it'll just be research. I'll try to get a video out later this week. Maybe try to do a live stream if my internet gets stronger, but I doubt it.
That's good. Yeah, I'm excited for that. And I wanted to bring up something real quick. Like, I mean, we can wrap up soon, so you can take care of anything you need to take care of, and then for everyone else, like you guys, let you guys enjoy the rest of your day, and I appreciate everyone who is here. I'm also really sorry I couldn't really get to too many of the comments. I've been reading them, and I know like I've been seeing some great stuff, but I'm just like horrible at multitasking, and I was trying to like um just bring up some of the connections and like all that stuff. So I hope sorry if I hope it didn't seem like I was ignoring the comments or anything, but um one thing I wanted to bring up to you, Cody, I was wondering like because I know we've been talking about like the Rosicrucian stuff, and I was thinking about this like the symbolism. So I want to know what your opinion is on this because I was thinking like it kind of just hit me recently. So let me find it real quick. So like we're talking about like the Rose Cross, right? And how how we were just talking about like
Yeah.
what that just really symbolizes like in general, like and like Jesus being at the center of the cross and all that. So do you think it's interesting how it's like how he rose from the grave, like Jesus rose from the grave, like a rose, and
Mm-hmm.
and then like the like I mean most graves I think that we know of, it's like in dirt, like like that's pretty much where everyone gets buried, like so then it's like when you rose from the grave and then a rose like it grows from like the dirt. So do you see anything there? Like any connection with that?
Yeah, I see a lot. I see a lot there because, again, the reason that they put the rose, and I think I even read this when I was researching earlier, the Rosicrucians, um, they really do see that rose as being symbolic of Jesus. But in my case, I can't get off of this consciousness thing because consciousness is it's like a flower. It blooms. Um, it's and as a matter of fact, I think in a lot of cultures or a lot of different things, they compare consciousness to a flower, something that's like a rose or a lily or just a flower that blooms. It goes from it expands from within itself. A flower opens up, and from within itself it expands. So
Right.
um, everything that is in the flower is contained within it. But as soon as the flower opens up, all of these things become, they start to manifest themselves, right? So
Hmm.
basically, I think that's what I think that's what Jesus was trying to say, with the I and my Father are one, and I'm nailing myself. I'm realizing that I cannot separate myself from my Father. I and my Father are one.
Right.
And when we nail ourselves to the cross, which we're supposed to follow Jesus, right? So we're supposed to nail ourselves to the cross. And when we do that, we essentially we give all glory to God, and that's the example. And the reason that is because we no longer live, as I said in the last live stream that I think I was on, we no longer live and see ourselves as something that stands out from God, but now we are part of God, and now we are basically, I don't want to say God, we're not God, but we are an extension of God. We are His body, just like we are. The church is Christ's body, his arms, his legs. That's just kind of how it's always symbolized.
Yeah. I don't know if we got a chance to talk about it last time, but this section here in John, I feel like it's really saying all that, and it's like one of those things where like it's I feel like the meaning is a lot more complex than what people want to admit it is, but like it says, or maybe I have to go back with one verse. Neither pray I but so neither pray I for these alone, but for them also which shall believe on me through their word, that they all may be one, as
Mhm.
thou, Father, art in me, and I in thee, that they also may be one in us. S- Um, so it's like kind of what we were talking about last time, but it's like how can like you know that they all be one, and then the father. It's not even just that like the father and the son are one, but it's like he's explaining like you're in me and I'm in you, and we pray that they will be one in us as well, the way that they are one with each other. So it's
Mhm.
like, so then it's like you're like, how how can you like deny that what you're saying, like what you're saying, you can't really, there's no way that that can't be like what this is really all saying.
Well, I think the misconception too is that they were ever separate at all. The
Right.
only reason that they seemed separate is because that was the viewpoint, that was the perspective from which people see things. They seemed to be separate, but that was never the case. So really, all we're doing is remembering that we're not separate. We're not changing the state that we already. We're not returning to. We're not finding something that we lost. We're remembering what we already are. It's different. It's a different way of putting it. You know, like a lot of
Mhm.
people are thinking that we're trying to find something that we lost,
Right.
right? Like we're
Right.
trying to get back to something that we aren't. But the only reason that we aren't that is because we've forgotten what we already are. You know what I mean? It's a perspective. It's how we see it. So like Jesus is trying to get them to. That's why he's throughout the whole the whole gospels. He's not frustrated with his disciples, but he's like, come on guys, can't you see? Like a
Mhm.
lot of different times he's trying to really get them to he's trying to get them to simplify their minds a little bit, and and not be so. I think they were trying to overcomplicate it a lot of times. So, and he's trying to do that by with his parables. He's trying to simplify it and make it more easy for them to remember, right?
Right.
And that's why I find it interesting right now what's going on with WWE. They keep saying, wake up, open your eyes, remember. In fact, in one of the things the last riddle that they gave out, they said, remember who you are.
Yeah.
Remember. Or basically, remember just means put back together in your mind what you remember. Like remember, put it back together. So,
Yeah, and I feel like that, like when you hear about like alchemy and all that stuff, I think that's what it's actually talking about. I think that's like the true alchemy that they have, like they're symbolizing with like these kind of things. Because I know like a lot of people, they'll see this kind of stuff and it just looks like satanic. But then when you understand, like, God, I mean, that's how I felt too. But now it's like I understand what these things all mean. It's like they're showing like the true alchemy is not even really having to do anything. It's just that the true alchemy is just the realization that, like what you said, there never really was anything separate ever in the first place. So it's like it's just like the alchemy just comes from consciousness. It's not really like,
right.
it's not like you have these like actual magic spells like Harry Potter or something, and you're literally like putting this stuff together. But I mean, that might be what, like, when people learn about how elements work with each other, like that's probably what they knew from the beginning, that like we are all like we're one, but then we use whatever is within the realm of this whole thing, like to accomplish other things. Like I saw someone say something really interesting on Instagram, how the fact that we can do these crazy things like communicate with people from across the world with like in like a matter of just seconds, or um like that all came from like that all started from a single, just like we all come from just one place. We come from one source, and then like from just all the things that like all the resources that we have, like we've been able to use it in a way where now like we can do things like that, like futuristic stuff. And it's like it's not like we like extracted like resources from another planet or anything like that. It's like we've all been using what like the planet has had this whole time. So I don't know if any of that rings a bell,
Yeah.
but like,
Yeah, I mean, I know exactly what you're getting at. It's sometimes hard to find analogies to explain these things, but you know, one of my favorite analogies that I've heard from other people even before. It's not just mine. I don't think I came up with it, but you have the example of the ocean, and just picture all of reality as an ocean. There's nothing outside of the ocean. It's just the ocean. There's no boundaries. There's no borders to it. It's infinite ocean. So just picture reality as that, and imagine that an ocean has waves. Right, it moves. There's activity. And a wave is like a temporary motion in the ocean, which is what we could consider ourselves to be.
mhm,
Sean is a motion of the ocean. You're a wave coming up out of the water, but what is the wave made out of? You know,
yeah,
it's made out of water. And just for an example of what Satan would be in this analogy, or what the ego would be, it would be the ego would say, or Satan would say, look at me, I'm a wave, I'm not the ocean.
right,
So how can a wave exist apart from an ocean?
right, right. And it's cool that you bring that up, because one thing I've thought about for a while too is like how this like the whole aspect of the sine waves goes hand in hand with what you just said, and also like the Bible. And I mean, I see this as like the wave, but also like the serpent. And it's
Uh-huh.
like when you keep going back and forth from like, because it's like positive, this is negative. So when you keep going back and forth, you're never, I guess, like you're not whole until you see yourself as this whole, like the whole thing, instead of like,
But
it's kind of like
yeah,
the journey that we go through, which is like, I guess that's like human nature, but it's like, that's how we fall into sin, because we go through these ups and downs. But then it's like when you can, um, I don't know, just look at it from that perspective, where it's like you're looking at this whole thing as your whole like being. Then it's like you're, I guess that's how like you start to appreciate all those things, like every part that you go through and whatever. But it kind of takes away the aspect of the duality that you are always experiencing when you don't see it from that perspective, because you're like going from, like I said, positive and negative, and you keep bouncing back and forth like on a continuous cycle.
yeah, the way I see that picture there, if I'm explaining it kind of in this non-duality type of thing, would be that the straight line that runs through those waves. I know one of those
Mhm.
pictures there doesn't really have a line that runs through it, but in this case, that straight line represents the infinite consciousness that never never sways. It's always, again, you're always aware, right? So you're always aware of everything,
Mm-hmm.
and that awareness never leaves you. And that awareness can be aware of anything. So for instance, this line that's going up and down through this straight line is kind of represents positive ups and downs in positive ways to see things or negative ways to see things. But that conscious line that runs through it, that is observing or always aware of those. Whether you're when you wake up and you're in a bad mood, you're aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't change the fact, nothing. It doesn't matter if you're in a bad mood or a good mood. You know that you're aware of that. Like there's no. That's the only thing you're sure of, is that you're aware that you're in a bad mood. You know it.
Yeah.
But the bad mood is just a like you said, it's a wave. It's a modulation of consciousness. It's an activity of consciousness, because something has to be active. And I think that's in the very first verse of the Bible. God is active, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember, the very first verse of the Bible says, and there was stillness. So that line that represents in the middle there is God's stillness, right in the middle, right?
Yeah.
And that's it's unwavering.
Mm-hmm.
But
I also wonder if I mean I hope I'm not wrong, but like it makes a lot of sense to me. But I feel like this would also be describing the narrow road. You know how they talks about the narrow, like the path is narrow,
right, yeah.
and some people will take the windy road. Or I mean I don't know the exact verse or where it's at, but I know it speaks of the narrow road. And over time I started thinking like maybe that's synonymous with the middle path, like like the middle pillar, the middle path that they speak of, like I guess the occult. But
Right.
I feel like it goes hand in hand with what you're saying here, like because this, I mean, literally is the middle path. But yeah, it's like this is how you it's like, especially if you're thinking about it in terms of like say politics. Like I feel like you and me and like probably most of the people on our who follow us, like we're all pretty much so on the middle path with like politics, because we're not like none of us have a side. Like there's nobody in our circle like who actually has a political side. Like I know that, like we know because we see it from this angle right here, but we're not. I guess like some people they might know, but I guess what I'm saying is like there's like you have to take this like image and then like see it from like it there's so many different what's the word, layers of it, I guess, because you could see this in terms of politics, and then like people, there might be some people who see it on that level with politics, but then they're still like angry at the elites. They're angry at the elites, they're angry at the secret societies and all these people, but they're not. So I guess when it comes to that layer, they're not on that middle path anymore, because then they're just like trying to fight the new world order, and they're trying to do all that instead of like, I don't think you and me, like I don't think we are like that at all. Like we're never like the kind of people who are trying to make other people hate the elites and like to try to fight them or anything like that. So I see us being on that like middle path in that aspect too. But yeah, I just feel like whenever there's any topic, you can like apply this. You can really apply this, and then like there's always gonna seem like there's two sides, and there probably is, but it doesn't mean you have to choose a side.
Yeah, anytime I see this is just my personal way of doing it. That doesn't mean it's right or wrong. I think that just based on what I'm saying, I told you before in the last stream, I think the best way to describe reality is sometimes just to remain silent and to reverence that silence. But basically, what I do when I look at these different analogies, like these different things that you're talking about, whether it's an ocean or it's a screen or it's this sine wave, or whenever I look at something, I always try to remember the essence of the. And if I'm trying to explain it to somebody so that they can understand it, I'm trying to just go back to the constant.
Mm-hmm.
So again, like I told you, the one thing that's constant in your life that never leaves you is your awareness of everything. Like that is the constant. There's no denying that. I don't see how anyone could deny that. And they might try if they're trying to be arrogant and egotistical, but everyone would have to say that there's only one thing that's always with them, and that's their consciousness, their awareness. Doesn't matter what they're aware of. So that's the constant, right? That's the one attribute in your life that's the constant. So any analogy that you're making with anything else, for instance, if you're going to compare reality to an ocean, what's the one constant of the ocean? Well, the one constant is that it's all water. Whether it doesn't matter how many waves are there, doesn't matter how much is going on, how much activity there's going on in the water. The wave is
Mhm.
made out of water just the same as the whole ocean. There's no difference. And same thing with reality being a blank canvas. What's the one constant? Well, it's the canvas. It's the thing that's in the background that's always there. Basically the nature of things. So I think and in this case, when you brought this up, I looked at it and I was like, okay, well, the one constant I see there is the straight line that runs through. You could say that the wavy line is also constant, but it's not. In this case, this is probably not the best analogy ever, but at any rate, it has you can see it there, because what's interesting about it is it does have the constant line, straight line, and it has the dualistic line that's always changing and moving, and that's what brings people into suffering. That's what makes people suffer, is they go along for the ride of this ever changing line instead of staying on the narrow path, like you said.
Mhm.
And the narrow
Yeah.
path is the path of least resistance, which
Right.
basically just means it's so hard to focus on this line because it's so easy to get distracted by the ups and downs, because at the end of the day, our egos, just like Satan, Satan is a good example. He wanted to stand out. He wanted to stand out from God. He didn't want to be in God. He didn't want to be part of. So that just goes back to the Bible analogy. Like it's the same thing. Satan is the adversary of the. But Satan never ever actually existed apart from God. He even in, like I said, I always use this example in the book of Job. God uses Satan as a tool.
Yeah.
And in that case, we can look at this and say, okay, well, Satan must not be separate from God. He must just be an extension of God, an activity.
Right.
Basically, his existence only depends on God's, because there would be no Satan without God. So
Right.
in that analogy, just like there would be no wave without the ocean.
Yeah.
So but that's an interesting analogy. I'll have to think more about this wave thing, because it is interesting. And like I said, I'm not 100% right on everything I say. I'm just going off of what I'm feeling, my intuition, and how I see I just always try to remain and try to stay in that place, that narrow path in my mind where I'm saying, okay, there is only God, and not to stray too far away from that awareness,
Yeah.
like, and even when I'm doing decoding, I'm always trying to find, and that's what I like about what I'm doing right now with this tetragrammaton, and with the as soon as I realized that the tetragrammaton was all about the I am that I am, it really changed everything with how I'm seeing the numbers. And what's interesting is if you look up the the Pentagrammaton, it is it's basically represents Jesus, right?
Yeah.
And what's interesting about that, though, is that if you actually look up the letters of it, so if you go to Wikipedia and look up the letters of the Pentagrammaton, yeah, just click that Yeshua.
Oh.
Or you could, oh yeah, that right there. Okay, so the Tetragrammaton is the 4 letters YHWH, right?
Yeah.
But notice that the Pentagrammaton is the basically the 4 letters of the Tetragrammaton with the SH stapled right in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
So there's
Oh, yeah.
Jesus right there. There's Jesus
Mhm.
stapled right in the center of God.
Oh,
You see
yeah.
how like amazing that is, really, the like
Yeah.
that SH, and just go look up what the Hebrew letter SH is.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh.
Oh, you had the but look how they write it, though. It's shin, but you can also pronounce it sin. You see how it's spelled sin? Are you muted, Sean? I can't hear you now.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so that's interesting because, like in the Bible, how it says that Jesus put on sin.
Yeah, he nailed sin to the cross.
Yeah, and I mean that's kind of, in a way, kind of. Let me bring that up, the sine wave again.
I think you're muted again. I don't know.
Sorry, my bad. But yeah, people. It makes sense to me, but like this being like the sine wave, like it's like the sin, like it, because sine is also spelled like SIN, like sine.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's like, I feel like there's like just different ways that you can go about this. Because for one, that's like also has to do with light, right? And like Jesus is the light of the world, and he, like, I feel like this kind of is symbolic of him like putting on sin for us, because then we become one with him. And it's like it kind of has to do with like him, like when you, that's why I feel like the whole oneness thing actually is a lot more deeper than, I don't know, what you'll hear at like church or something, because it's like when you become one with him and you are becoming one with the world, and then all of that, like, like that back and forthness, like that whole, like always going, like that all kind of, like, I guess symbolically it just goes away for like the whole world, because it's like if the world is just one, then we're all moving on this narrow path together. So I feel like it, in a way, kind of connects to that, like how you're saying that this is like right in the middle, stapled to the middle of the tetragrammaton.
Yeah, and I just thought it was crazy that the letter was also pronounced SIN, like sin.
No, yeah, that's definitely, I feel like there's a lot to that.
And but even look at the shape of the letter. If you the page you had up before this with the big letter like one on the side there, that was like a perfect.
This
But what's it look like? Yeah, that's it. What's it look like?
A crown.
Yeah.
Is that what was that? Is that what I was supposed to see? A crown?
Yeah, a crown. That's exactly
Dude,
what
no,
I
yeah,
see.
no, you're right. Wow, that's awesome. That is cool.
Yeah,
Oh my god, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's just interesting too because the sh, right? The sh is like how can I explain it? The sh is like well, it is interesting because the S is also considered like connected to the serpent, like the S, the sine wave, the S, the sun makes an,
Mhm.
it's interesting. I haven't really thought that through all the way, but like the crown, the crown could be looked at a few different ways, you know?
Yeah. Well, I guess another way, like, I guess if you're bringing up that like serpent thing, like, I mean, because this kind of looks like almost like maybe symbolic of like, I don't know, like a devil, I guess. Like you see the horns and then this would be like the tail. I don't know if that plays into what you were getting at with that.
Well, do you know how in the Bible it said the serpent said you will surely not die?
Oh yeah, I find that part really really intriguing. But yeah, can you keep elaborating on that?
So, as I told you before, how can something that never existed die?
Oh, Casey's back. Um, yeah. So yeah, continue with what you're talking about.
So, if you look at it the way I was explaining it earlier, how can something that never came out or existed, again, remember the word exist means to stand out from.
Mm-hmm.
So, how can something that has never stood out from God, and how can that ever not, like, so to die means to cease to exist, right?
Right.
So, how can something that exists cease to exist?
Right.
It either
Right.
exists or it doesn't. So
Right.
when the serpent says to Eve, because Eve says, you know, well, I can't eat from the fruit of this tree because God said I will surely die. And then the serpent says, you will surely not die.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in a way, he's kind of right because, in a way, it's kind of a two-way street here because you have Eve saying, I will not die or I will die, but the serpent's saying you will not die. And why is he saying that? I think it's because he's trying to get them to think that you won't die, but at the end of the day you need to die, that there is no you, that you cannot stand out from God. You understand what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah.
So the ego would want to say, well, I can exist apart from everything else, but no, I nothing can stand out from everything. If something exists, it can't stand out from existence. Like, I know they try to push these theories of alternate realities, that but even alternate realities, if they exist within the oneness of existence. How can
Yeah.
anything, you know what I mean? Like, it's
Right.
hard to explain because how can, a wave exist outside of an ocean again? Like, it can't just jump out of the ocean and be a wave on land. It just can't. It has to be in the ocean. So it's so hard to explain this concept because you really have to simplify it in your mind and say, okay, well, if God is infinite and he is the only existence, then there is nothing apart from him, only his own activity within himself. So basically what I'm saying is that everything is kind of like a dream inside of God's mind. Because when you go to
Yeah.
sleep at night, when you go to sleep at night, you don't dream a dream outside of your mind. You dream a dream inside of your mind.
Yeah. I've thought about this a lot in terms of what you're talking about, like this movie, how it's like I feel like
Right.
I feel like this is yeah, I feel like this is what's going on. I mean, like we're like one in the body of Christ, and I feel like we literally are like, in the body of Christ, but we're all one. We're different. Like, it's that Bible verse even says it. It's like you guys are all different parts of the body, and it's kind of like they are they're different characters, and they have different characteristics, but are they're the machine for this one person, they are all just one.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, is it possible that God's infinite consciousness could take on multiple different limited consciousness and inside of his own? So when you go to sleep at night and you dream yourself on a beach somewhere, so just for instance, if Sean falls asleep in his bed in his mind and he dreams that he's on a beach in Mexico, right? And that character or that person that you're dreaming of in your dream, you take on that character, but it's still happening inside of your mind.
Right.
You
Yeah,
understand what I
exactly.
mean?
Yeah.
But that character that you're experiencing the world from, he's experiencing an outside world. You see what I mean?
Mhm.
The character that you're playing in your dream is Sean in your dream, but he's seeing a beach in Mexico. But
Mhm.
that beach in Mexico, is that beach in Mexico actually outside of is that actually outside of you, or is that actually going on also? Is the
Right.
beach also a figment of your mind?
Right. Because it is.
So imagine God on an infinite scale. So this is just you on a limited scale dreaming,
Mhm.
but imagine God on an infinite scale being able to dream or create, if you want to use the creation word, create in his mind an infinite amount of characters, and now you have and also be able to play or to be conscious of each and one of those characters. Do you understand? You can't be
Mhm.
multiple characters in your mind because you can only see from one perspective. Like
Mhm.
when you have a dream, you're always dreaming as yourself, right? But
Right.
yeah, you see what I mean though? What if reality is literally just what you're saying? It's all God's, body,
Mhm.
but we're using the dream analogy. So in this case, every character is just basically just God's dream. So again, that there's so many different ways you can so many different analogies you can use.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But then, because I'm definitely more on that wave now, and it actually kind of it challenges what I've really thought about the universe, or like cosmology, when I started getting into truth, because I really was under the impression like I mean I was really into the flat Earth stuff, and I was like, yeah, um I was really skeptical about infinite space out there and all that, but I feel like that would all have to be true in order for that to make sense, right? Because then it's like if the universe is limited, then be that would mean that God is limited too, right?
Yeah, yeah, because I also sometimes think of it as like our lungs instead
Mm.
of
Oh, okay,
because
okay.
when we breathe in, the air expands our lungs. Our lungs expand, right?
Mhm.
So basically, that infiniteness can never. It always can expand, but it can never be outside of the lung. The air basically fills up the lung, but the air doesn't do any good outside of the lung. It has to stay inside. So
Mhm.
it also, again, I think goes back to like the whole analogy of the mother's womb, where the baby's conceived and then it grows within the womb, and the womb expands with the baby. The baby, at the end of the process, the baby comes outside of the womb, but we're not talking about that end process because that's ultimately we're just talking about the growth of reality, the expansion of reality inside the womb. I think that's also why we often call this the matrix, is because That's essentially what matrix means, a womb.
Yeah.
So God is expanding, but he cannot be. Again, I told you this in the last one, but the best way to look at it here is light cannot have any darkness in it. It's either light or it's not. Like
Right.
there cannot be a little black speck of darkness in light, because then it wouldn't be light. Like it's just impossible. There's certain things in reality that shows us that there's one thing that's impossible, and that's that what is pure cannot be tainted, I guess, in a way. So what is pure light cannot be not pure light. Do you know what I
I
mean?
know.
And even
Yeah,
the
I know
Bible,
exactly what you mean.
even the Bible says that. It said, I can't remember what verse it is, but the Bible says, yeah, I can't remember what that verse is now, but there is a verse that says something like, man, it's a good one too. It's a good Bible verse. I just can't
Yeah,
remember.
I know which one you mean though.
Yeah. So, but yeah, the Bible has all the same concepts, all the same ideas. You know, it's all there.
Yeah,
I mean,
and it's also I've also, I mean, going off of that, the thing about light, I've always thought it was interesting how it says that, you know, that Jesus is the light of the world, and then it instructs us to be the light of the world. So
right.
you, I mean, there can't be two different sources of light, you know. So it's like,
There's either light or there's not light.
yeah,
You know, like yeah, that's what I mean. Like it's either light or it's dark.
yeah,
But in this sense, darkness doesn't even exist, because as soon as you shine a light in a room, as soon as you turn on the light, there's no more darkness.
right,
So as soon as you see clearly, again, it goes back to the song I was blind but now I see. Like as soon as you see clearly, or the light shines within you, as soon as your light shines, it's like, oh, I'm conscious, and there is no unconscious. Again, this goes back to your own experience. It's also good to examine our own experience. Again, I told you, like, in your whole life there's never a moment where you're unconscious of what you're doing. Even when you're in a deep sleep and you wake up, you're still conscious that you slept. Even if it was a deep sleep, um you were still aware that you slept deeply. Like
right,
there's no time in your life where you could say that you were not aware of what was happening. Like like it's impossible. Like
yeah. Like
it,
you could say that you weren't aware of your awareness, but but when you get to the very core of it, it's impossible to not have been. I know. Is that what you're trying to say? Because I know
yeah, but
sometimes
I mean,
people
yeah,
can be like, "Oh yeah, like I wasn't aware of this or that," but it's like,
but that's content though. Like
yeah,
there's two
yeah,
different things. There's the content of experience, and there's the awareness. So the awareness is just pure awareness. So pure awareness, basically, or Jesus in this case, is pure light. So again, that always shines. Again, it's a bit hard to explain, but basically, consciousness or Jesus never leaves your life. Basically, is what it's saying. Is like, again, when I'm aware, I'm always aware. It doesn't matter what I'm aware of. You know, I'm aware that I'm laying down in my bed right now, but at every second, I'm aware of what I'm doing, and there's never a
right,
point in my reality where I'm not aware of what's happening. It doesn't matter what's happening. It just matters that I'm aware of it.
right,
But
and
then we can have fun with this, and we can play around with it too. We can say, okay, now we can actually learn things. We can be aware of different facts that seem to exist, and we can be aware of events, and we can be aware of our five sense perceptions, our vision, our smell, our taste. But that's all an extension. Would those things exist without being aware of them?
Right.
Like if you weren't aware, could you taste anything? So the
No.
whole reality of your taste, the whole
Yeah.
reality of your taste is made of awareness.
Right.
So what I'm basically saying is everything is made of Jesus. Everything is made of awareness.
Yeah.
It's I guess what's confused people is that there's matter. So what people really believe is that there's matter, and that awareness comes from matter.
Right.
Does that make sense? But what is
Um,
matter? Have we
yeah.
ever actually found anything like, because scientists are always looking for more things, like more matter, right?
Mhm.
They're always looking for more matter, but the only thing we can truly say we found is that we are aware. We've never actually found matter.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like it's like the most that we can do is like show how we're experiencing matter. But I guess that I don't know if that's what you're getting at, but I feel like that's like the most that we could possibly do is just like experience it the way that we are, but we'll never be able to like understand it on like a level that's like coming from like the source of where the matter comes from, I guess. Or I don't know
Yeah, but basically
how to word that.
what I'm saying is that matter itself is just made of awareness or consciousness,
Yeah. Oh, okay.
like
I
matter
I, I
itself
understand it
does
better
not
now.
exist.
I understand it better
Because
now. Yeah.
because like if you're aware of something, it must be made of your awareness. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know it. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's why people ask me if I believe in like flat earth or stuff anymore, and I just say no, I don't believe in matter itself. I believe in Jesus. Like I believe in, if you want to, but I believe Jesus is the light of the world. I believe the light represents that pure consciousness, that pure awareness. So
Yeah.
that's the essential nature of it, I guess. That's the essence of everything. It's so hard to explain, and you kind of have to like dig into your own experience and understand, and it takes a bit of time because your mind's always trying to complicate things, and it's
Mhm.
even hard for me to explain it because the mind is very like active, so it can make it complicated. At the end of the day, awareness or conscious, knowing. That's why I like the name movie Knowing, because it's like you either know or you don't know, right?
Yeah.
But that's like, it goes back to that Greek. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I think one reason why it's hard to articulate it is because of like it's almost like you're trying to explain something that's unexplainable, you know? Like, because I feel the same way. It's just like it makes so much sense, like in my mind, but it's it's almost like it's not meant to be um like I don't think any words can really do it justice, you know, like I don't think I could ever I mean maybe if I had like better vocabulary or whatever, if I was better at explaining things in general, but
No,
I feel like
I
just like
think that's the
the
realization you need to come to.
say that again?
Yeah,
No, I think
I
he's
was gonna say that that's how I feel, and I think as soon
no, don't cut out, don't cut out. It cut out. Oh, dang it. Um, maybe I'll give him maybe I'll give him a few more seconds just to maybe see if he'll come back. But if he doesn't, um, yeah, I'll read some of these comments because I feel bad like I haven't really been able to get to all of them. But first of all, just thanks to everybody who's been here this whole time. Like it's I know I still struggle a lot with presenting and talking. And today was like a lot more challenging than before because I usually like have like a presentation or something like that, like a decode, an actual solid decode. Um, but I was really trying to just kind of go with the flow this time because there was just some like general topics I was kind of looking into, but I didn't have like like a completely full fleshed decode. So it's hard for me to like come to talk on the fly like that. But yeah, I mean, thanks for everyone who was just, who's just been tolerating like all that. Thanks Zenith for being here, Sven, Dr. Savage, um, yeah, Dirk, Hans, and Bob Franklin. Um I don't know how long you've been here, but yeah, just thank you guys. I'll try to have like probably a more like an actual decode on something pretty soon. But yeah, we can end it here. And thanks again to Casey so much for yeah, just being down to come here and talk with me on live. Um Again, I owe a lot to Casey for his work, and yeah, it meant a lot that I got that opportunity, and also for Cody to jump on too. I know that's been a struggle with like just all his technology issues right now. And um yeah, like I think like he came right after dinner, so he made time to come through. And again, thanks to all you guys. I'm not sure what time it is wherever you guys are, but I will see you guys pretty soon in yeah, one of my videos. And again, like in the future, if anyone's like, if we have one of these talks, that'd be cool if other people wanted to come jump on, like, because we'll probably do like, I feel like that's generally how the discussions usually go. We'll start with some general decoding or like some like more specific decoding, and then we'll start just talking about like more conceptual stuff towards the end. So if anyone ever wants to jump on in the future, just let me know. And yeah, that'd be fun. But till then, God bless you guys. Have a good day. And again, thank you guys all so much for just being part of my channel and being just being so supportive. So I'll see you guys. Take care.